Morning, everybody. Apologies for the slight delay just while we sorted a few things out in our computer system. Welcome to the 843rd round of City of Gold Coast, and we kick off with the first committee of the new term of council. We've had a little bit of a name change, so we're no longer the Environment and Planning Committee, we're now Planning and Regulation Committee. Environment, or most of Environment, will sit over in Councillor Tozer's committee. We welcome all committee members here today, both returning in Councillor Gates, Councillor Young and Councillor O'Neill, but welcome our new committee members in Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson and Councillor Martin. And Councillor Doran stepping up to Deputy Chair of the committee. Welcome to all. Good morning to all City staff. We have quite the gaggle here today and we'll look to get through some items quickly and get you back to your days. And of course, good morning to our chamber support. I promise I will try and keep a slow pace as we get along today. Councillors, I'll just want to check again beforehand. So we've just loaded Councillor Gates's conflict of interest declarations into the system just to assist our minute secretaries again. Is there any other conflicts of interest declarations that I should be aware of at this time? Okay, Councillor Doran will flesh yours out at the item time. Attendance and apologies, everyone is here. We have no leave of absence. Confirmation of the minutes of the previous committee. Could I seek one of the returning committee members to move those minutes? Councillor Peter Young and a seconder, and Councillor O'Neill. We'll take the vote on confirming the minutes. All those in favour? That's carried. Conflict of interest declarations. We'll go to Councillor Gates for 6.2 first.
I think it's 6.3, Chairman.
6.3 first. Sorry, 6.3 first. Councillor Gates, to you.
Thanks, Chairman. I need to make a declaration that in 2014 and 2015 I received a donation from UPS, $1,850 on each occasion. I've considered my position and I seek to remain in the room and participate due to the length of time that has expired. I've had no contact with the applicant nor been consulted in any way on the project such that I will continue to contribute to a decision in the public interest.
Is there any questions for Councillor Gates before I move a procedural motion?
Can I ask a question as to how, because it's more than 2 terms prior, my understanding was that some of these were going to be captured in that tenure piece. Could you just
Through you, Chairman, I have written to the Minister seeking her consideration of the matter. The reason I raise these, they're well outside the relevant term, but I raise them in case there is remaining a perception of a conflict, and a perception is highlighted in the Act. So in an abundance of caution, I'm making them until I hear back from the Minister about whether that perception has expired after 9 or 10 years and such, yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay, so I'm going to move a procedural motion that Councillor Gates may participate in the decision despite the councillor's conflict of interest because the conflict is minor and remote in nature and is outside of the relevant term. Terms. So you'll need some wording first before I get a mover and seconder. So minor and remote, the next one down, yep. And is there one that talks to the relevant term? Could I suggest the minute secretary copy that because I'll be repeating it a few times over. Councillors, I move that procedural motion. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Patterson. All those in favour? Motion passed. Please note that Councillor Gates did not vote. Sorry, we are in conflicts, aren't we? Sorry, we'll do that. So, call division on that one. So, all those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill. And please note, Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Gates, your next one.
Thanks, Chairman. These are there were 3 items approved under the special delegation, so they've already been approved, but I still am required to make a declaration. So the same declaration for UPS as the last one, exactly, exists for item 5.1 of item 6.5. And I've considered my position and hope to remain in the room and participate in the debate.
I would move the same procedural motion that I moved on the last one. So I'll move it. A seconder for that procedural motion, Councillor Doran. Call the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill. Please record Councillor Gates did not vote.
Which was 5.1 of item 6.5, I received a donation from an employee of Arcadis in 2014 of $1,950. And in 2015, I received a donation of $1,850 from Arcadis. Same situation applies, that I've considered my position and hope to remain in the room and participate due to the length of time, and I've had no contact with anyone.
Just confirming no one has any questions for Councillor Gates on this item. In that case, I'd move the same procedural motion again. Would seek a seconder. Councillor O'Neill. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill. Please record Councillor Gates did not vote.
Okay, now the next one is also the special DELS, but item 5.3, and the same 2 consultants are involved. So first up, UPS, where the donation was $1,850 2014 and $1,850 2015. Have considered my position and hope to remain and participate in the debate, and I've had no contact with any of the consultants or applicants to the project that was approved.
Councillors, I would move the same procedural motion and would seek a seconder. Councillor Doran, all those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran, Councillor O'Neill. Please record Councillor Gates did not vote. We're on a roll here now, Councillor. Which one's next?
The next one is still item 6.5, and it relates to 5.3 and a donation from Mitchell Bray in 2014 and Arcadis in 2015, 1,950 and 1,850 respectively. And again, I have considered my position and seek to remain in the room.
Right, so we'll just slow for a second. So we're at 6.5 again.
It's crazy, they're already approved.
Okay, so this is the third one in 6.5. It's the same procedural motion I've moved previously and would seek a seconder again. Councillor O'Neill was in first. Take the vote. All those in favour. Councillor Hamill, Councillor Young, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Patterson, Councillor Martin, Doran and O'Neill. Please record Councillor Gates did not vote. Does that leave us one left at 6.6?
Correct, and that's the other change application at Palm Beach, and UPS was the town planning consultant. So I would like to declare that I received 1,850 in 2014, 1,850 in 2015, but I've considered my position and seek to remain in the room due to the length of time, and I've had no contact with the consultants or applicant.
Councillors, does anyone have any questions on Councillor Gates in regards to her conflict on this item? That being the case, I move the same procedural motion and would seek a seconder. Councillor Patterson. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Young, Fowler, Patterson, Martin, Doran and O'Neill. Please record Councillor Gates did not vote. Councillor Gates, we'll just make sure, because we did push our minute secretary there just a little bit on those, so can we triple check before full council that we've got all of those correct? Very good. That's conflict of interest declarations out of the way. We'll go to our starred items now. So after discussion, I believe the only item to be left starred is 6.1. Just confirming no council has an interest in 6.1. In that case, we will leave it starred and move the starred items. So moved by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Fowler. All those in favour? That's carried unanimous.
Through you, Mr Chair, if the minute secretaries can just sort out the attachments. So 1 should be 2 and 2 should be 1. Thank you.
That doesn't need to be noted by us, does it? No. That's cool. Okay, councillors, that takes us to item 6.2. Just for a heads up, I am intending to do a change recommendation here to defer this item to a future committee, but have had a couple councillors wish to ask some questions about it now, so I'm happy for those questions and comments to go through to the EGM, and then that can be taken on board before I change the recommendation. Councillor Gates.
Thanks very much, Chairman. I had a concern about rodents and reptiles being included in the animals that can be taken to our tourist parks, so I was hopeful that that could be reviewed as part of the deferral. I was also concerned about the suggested change that would allow visitors to stay in our parks for longer than 12 weeks, because if they wanted to extend their holiday, because I couldn't understand on what basis proof would be given that they would be wanting to extend. And we've got the situation we've got at Kirra that we've been working very hard and putting money aside to rectify so that our parks do remain for tourist accommodation. So I have a great concern about that. I was also slightly troubled by the campfire situation because of the response that QPWS raised in terms of their concern. So if those 3 issues and any others that maybe other councillors have could be examined as part of this deferral, it would be appreciated.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, do any other councillors want to be consulted in that as well, just from committee? Councillor Patterson? Okay, we'll come back to all of you.
Was there anything else along Councillor Gates's thoughts, or any other thoughts that you wish to flesh out with the EGM or Ainsley while she's in the room? Councillor Martin and Councillor O'Neill and Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Mrs Chair. Just that in the context of making sure that, you know, there's no any increase in illegal camping through this provision, that we consider illegal camping in not just the sites but across the city. So we're not loosening any of those restrictions.
Fair point. Councillor O'Neill, your thoughts or comments?
My actually is about the animals. At Kirra Beach, of course, we have permanent residents at the moment, and that's probably going to be until 2028. Permanent residents aren't permitted to have animals. So, and I know there's been a trial there. Can we just get some feedback on how that's gone?
And Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. Well, I share all those concerns, particularly the one about the holiday purposes. I think that's going to be fraught and just puts a lot of pressure on our park managers. The other one that I had was you've noted on page 212 that you've informed impacted councillors and you've referred to Division 1, 4 and 14. Division 6 has tourist parks, Division 10 has tourist parks. We would definitely be impacted by that change to that. So if you perhaps could consider actually relating to all impacted councillors.
Through you, Mr Chair, just to clarify, Councillor Patterson, the changes for this were only in relation to those divisions, but happy to still consult with you. So
are you saying that the rule on holiday purposes only changes for some tourist parks and not to others? Yeah, so that relates to everybody across all tourist parks. Thank you.
Any other comments to raise for officers while they're in the room? In that case, I would move a change recommendation that the item be deferred to a future Planning and Regulation Committee. And I don't think I need to add it, but I'm sure Ainsley has well and truly heard that consultation across all councillors, especially those with tourist parks, is required before it comes back to us. Just a future meeting, to be a future meeting. Yeah. Yeah. Councillor Gates, I'm confident Alicia has heard their concerns and we'll make sure that they're reflected in the future report. Yeah. And I'm also said, I didn't open with this at the start, but the other part of the reason for deferring this is that this has come back just because of it was a piece of work going along its timing chain. What has changed is what we now know that Ainsley's team is doing a holistic review of all local laws. So there's also some smart in why pull out this one and continue with it when everything else has been reviewed. So it just delays that and will roll it into all of the changes at once. Councillor Gates.
This would require re-advertising if significant changes were made, wouldn't it? So, but that's fine because the changes are changes that I think. Yeah, thank you.
Councillor Doran, question?
No, just to add to the review of the prescribed animals that Councillor Gates referred to, just so we can review all of, not just the ones that Councillor Gates referred to, but all of the prescribed animals that are listed within the...
Councillor Gates. Okay, so that's the change recommendation. I'm happy to move that. Councillor Gates, are you happy to second that change recommendation? Very good. So we have a live motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Ainsley, thank you for that. Councillors, that moves us to item 6.3. We welcome our DA assessment team. Brandon looking sharp. I think given the size of this application and its importance, we'll take the presentation. Sorry, Madam EGM, just before we jump to the presentation, so Councillor Doran, you wanted to air the advice you've been given in regards to this site, so if you'd like to do that now.
Thank you, Chair. So I do not have a declarable or prescribed conflict of interest, but I've sought advice from General Counsel and just would like to put councillors on notice that in 2022, I was employed by the property agent CBRE that sold the property to the applicant in Surfers Paradise that is subject to this development application. I'm no longer employed by or have any interest in CBRE. I haven't had any dealings with this development from a planning standpoint or been involved in any discussions regarding their intentions to develop. In fact, I have had no conversations with the buyer at any point during that process. I was part of a team. I don't have a personal interest in the matter, therefore I do not consider that I have a conflict of interest under the Local Government Act 2009. Just wanted to make sure that everyone knew of that position.
Councillors, just for broad, so Does anyone have any concerns with that? I had relayed to Councillor Doran that I did not see any catalyst at all for a conflict of interest and didn't feel that, but does anyone else feel differently on the matter? Sorry,
no, but I certainly think that it's wise that he's introduced.
Yep, absolutely, and now it's on the public record and it's been read into it, which is important.
Sorry, just to add to that further, just for further information for all councillors, I was also party to the adjoining sale of property of the adjoining sale land, but the confirmation that I just referenced, having no involving or dealings with their development application anyway, also pertains to that site.
The committee thanks you for your transparency, Councillor Doran. And we acknowledge the fact that with your previous role, there's going to be a few of these that come up. You were very successful in your job, so there's going to be a few of these, but we'll deal with them on a case-by-case basis. Any other conflicts or concerns before we launch into the presentation? That being the case, over to you, Brendan.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. Through you, Mr Chair. Agenda item 6.3 relates to a change application to the development permit for a material change use code assessment for multiple dwellings, being 1,029 units, short-term accommodation, 335 units, food and drink outlets, childcare centre, shop at 3346 Surfers Paradise Boulevard. Now, the nature of this change development application is as follows. It's for a material change of use code assessment for multiple dwellings, being 1,307 units, food and drink outlets, childcare centre and neighbourhood shop. Just a quick site background. So this is the subject site. It's made up of 9 allotments. It's approximately 8,000 square metres in size, has 4 street frontages, almost taking up an entire city block, excluding that southwest corner, which is vacant at the moment, which has a current approval for a 16-storey hotel. The immediate site context is shown on the screen. This includes a number of medium high-rise towers. Immediately to the north is the Mantra Crown Towers at 41 storeys. To the east is the Ocean development at 75 storeys. The site's well serviced. There's bus stops located within the southern and western frontages, serviced every 15 minutes. And the Cypress Avenue light rail station is to the east, serviced every 7 minutes. The subject site's located within the high density residential zone and just north of the Surfers Paradise Specialist Centre. The site's also within the light rail urban renewal area and is located within a transport hub. This slide here shows a visual representation of the change to the application. The key change being the removal of the third tower, which is the short-term accommodation tower. This has now been replaced with that improved communal open space area you can see on the screen. In summary, the key changes are the removal of 335 short-term accommodation units, an increase in permanent residential dwellings from 1,029 to 1,307 units. Tower 1 has been increased in height from 84 to 91 storeys, which is approximately 303 metres, making this the second tallest residential tower in Australia. The childcare centre remains at 66 placements, however has been moved from level 8 down to level 1 podium. The removal of the short-term accommodation tower core has allowed for a more efficient car parking layout in the basement and podium. Additionally, service vehicle entry has been relocated to Palm Beach Avenue frontage, which has moved away from the Cypress Avenue bus stops. Just quickly, this is a typical basement layout plan. This is basement level 1, accessed via Palm Avenue. This basement level includes all visitor parking, including the childcare centre parking, which is adjacent to its own lift and lobby area. This is the ground floor plan of the tower. You can see all the lobbies, a separate lobby for the childcare centre. There's actually 18 commercial tenancies all fronting the street and a centrally located waste and commercial servicing area. This is the typical podium layout for the lower levels. As you can see, the childcare centre is located within the northwestern area of the site. The remaining areas of the podium are sleeved with dwellings, which provide that visual interest to the streetscape and an awning above the outdoor dining below. The upper levels of the podium are set back even further, approximately 4 metres or better to each frontage, and there's a perimeter planting around level 3, softening that podium car park area. This is the top of the podium level, which is the recreational area, which has removed the childcare centre and included the improved open space area for residents. Moving into the tower, so this is a typical tower floor plate. Each tower now comprises of 10 dwellings per floor plate, and they're all orientated, or mostly orientated to the streetscape. Due to the large site, they've been sited really well to achieve good tower separation. This includes 17 to 19.8 metres internally to the site. Tower setbacks to that adjacent hotel approval, which you can see on the screen, remain at roughly 12 metres, which is consistent with the approved development. And there's a pinch point of 16.5 on Tower 2. The key considerations through the assessment of the change included the built form aspects, waste management, traffic and sewer upgrades. This is the shared interface, I guess, to the approved hotel in the southwest corner. As you can see on the left, that was the approved development, and on the right is our proposed development. The interface here is of similar effect, basically achieving a 3-storey podium outcome, approximately 12 stories, aligning with the adjacent hotel. The upper levels of the podium to this interface are generally compliant with the acceptable outcome, with some minor encroachments identified on the screen. These include a lightweight pergola, which is open in nature above the childcare centre, and the access ramp to the podium car parking, which has been well articulated and includes timber screen battening. This is the streetscape interface. As you can see, the well set back podium to the upper with the sleeved dwellings over the streetscape below. The section view on the right gives a clear indication of how that works, with the perimeter planning softening the interface to the above. Officers are supportive of this podium outcome. In terms of the tower, it's generally consistent with the approved design and appearance, just a bit taller and a bit larger at the tower floor plate. So officers are comfortable with the outcome proposed and are recommending that council approves with conditions a development permit for material change use, which is code assessment for multiple dwellings, 1,307 units, the food and drink outlets and childcare centre and shop. Thank you. Any questions?
Councillors, questions for officers. Councillor Gates and Councillor Patterson.
Thanks, Chairman. I had a question about the waste service collection on page 308, where it suggests that it doesn't meet the preferred solution, but it requests that an advice note for the applicant be provided. And I just wondered, what is the preferred solution, and what good is an advice note if it's not the preferred solution? And why can't the preferred solution be delivered?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to Councillor Gates. So City Plan policy, waste management policy has a preferred solution for over 100 units to be Ro-Ro bins.
To be what, sorry?
They're called Ro-Ro bins, which are roll-on, roll-off.
Yep.
So there's 2 large bins of 90,000 litres that have a compactor where they lift bulk bins into and compress the waste. Council and the applicant explored these options through the assessment of the application, and essentially the scale of the Ro-Ro bins and the size were not accommodated within the central located waste collection area. So we've negotiated and discussed with our waste collection services the outcome proposed, which is 43 general waste and 31 recycling bins to be collected internal to the site. And
74 2,000 bulk bins. 74, is that right?
There's a total of 74, but there'll be at any one day 43 is the maximum.
Oh, I see. 43 and then 31.
Efficiencies and safety, officers have negotiated with our internal waste collection services team, and we've popped on the advice note that the applicant will need to come back to council and, you know,
I just can't imagine how that's going to work, to be perfectly honest. But
that's correct, 43.
Bulk bins, 43.
Where are they exactly?
So on the screen you can see the waste collection rooms below each tower, and then there's the standing points adjacent to the actual servicing areas.
Where are we looking?
So these grey areas are the waste rooms below the tower, and they've got a waste chute that comes down to here, and then there'll be an on-site manager that is required to bring the completed or the full bins out to the standing point, and then council's collection vehicle will come in from the north and into the blue area there you can see and pick the bins up through there. So just for comparison, there's the roll-on roll-off bins where we'd pick the bin up and bring it to Stapleton, which could be a 3-hour round trip. So they'll have no bin on site for that period, or we have the waste collection vehicle collecting the 43 on site, probably within a similar or lesser time frame.
Just to clarify, it all happens off street, if that's the concern of councillors. So the truck will go down underneath the building as a designated point where it does its collections from.
Yeah, I'm just interested in how it works. I don't question as in
Imagine 43 loads being dumped and the noise.
Yep.
Is it one shed?
I know.
Councillor Patterson, your question?
Mine is on a different topic. So I'm not sure if people are still asking about the waste.
Councillor Young about the waste?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So is the waste separated at all at the site?
Through you,
Before
Mr.
it
Chair, and Councillor Young, yes, it is. So it's separated into general and then into recycling. So on that same page of the report, 307, you can see 43 is general and 31 is the recycling. So collected on separate days.
Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. My question, on page 303, you note that there was a pedestrian wind environment statement. Being based in Southport and seeing approvals of towers that happened a while ago with approvals saying that there wouldn't be creating a wind tunnel, I have a real concern, and I just want that to be alleviated. If someone could, I mean, when I look at that, when you take that tower out, it looks like there's a wind tunnel coming. So if someone could explain why that won't be, that would be really great.
Through the Chair, the applicant has undertaken a wind modelling report, and that has provided some recommendations to mitigate adverse wind impacts. So, for instance, along Sunshine Boulevard, there's some wind baffles that are proposed along the ground level to the recreational area. There's some awnings and additional landscaping that was proposed as part of that report. Looking at the tower itself, some full height glazing and some treatments to the balconies were proposed and implemented within the plans. So I guess in story short, yes, there will be wind within the proposed development, but the applicant has undertaken a report to provide mitigation within their proposed development.
Yeah, through you, Chair, I just, having the experience of walking through a wind tunnel every day in Division 6 where there was an approval and there was supposedly wind design measures, saying that they're putting in some landscaping and buffers, I just, if you could tell me, okay, what kind of wind levels would we expect? What is the difference by having that tower versus not having that tower? To provide some confidence on that would be useful.
Okay, through the Chair, we can take that on notice and provide that information, if that's okay, prior to full council.
So for clarity, there's no other mention or other information available in this report on the wind impacts?
Yes, there is. In terms of, I can't unfortunately quote that report here today, but the report does go through, and they actually have taken wind tunnel modelling that demonstrates the wind impact, and the impacts from the building based on the wind directions, and provided recommendations for that. So
maybe I didn't quite put that correct. So in the same way that the shadow diagrams form part of this report,
yes.
Is there anything from the actual wind report included in these papers beyond what's mentioned on page 303? Is there a specific item to it anywhere?
Through Mr. Chair, no.
All right. So can we take that as an action that before full council, some further information be provided on that one? Councillor Patterson, you'd be happy with that for now? Councillor, other questions? Councillor Gates?
Sorry, I'm still trying to process the waste collection. Will that collection occur in the basement?
Yes.
The truck will be in the basement, so there'll be no noise impact to nearby properties from that. It'll all be contained within the basement. Okay, thank you.
Yep. Through several metres of concrete. Councillor Martin, your question.
Look, it might be related to waste, but I just was interested in the recommendation with the conditions imposed by council on page 389, where it talks about we're requesting we reduce the supply of visitor car parking from 60 to 40. Just wondering why the condition existed and was it related to waste?
Through Mr. Chair, can you repeat that page number, sorry? 380.
Yep, 389, just underneath the elevations. The first paragraph, paragraph I.
Oh,
From, 60 car parks down to 40 for visitors.
through Mr. Chair to Councillor Martin, the amended drawings condition point I, that relates to visitor bicycle car parks. So the proposal has commercial tenancies at ground level, and we're looking to bring the visitor bicycle parking up from the basement to in front of the commercial tenancies, so they're more usable. That's what that provision relates to.
Okay, so it's not a decrease, so through the chair, not a decrease in the visitor car parking.
It's just moving the bicycle parking to a different location, which makes a hell of a lot of sense of why we'd prefer it in that other location. Did you have any other questions, Councillor Martin? Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. My question at the moment relates to parking too. It appears as though there's proposed here 1,307 units, but only 1,276 residential car spaces. I just want to confirm if I've got those numbers right.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just grab the condition for car parking. If you want to turn to page 400. Sorry, 399. So within the transport hub area, the acceptable outcome is 1 car park per dwelling. So we've got 1,307 units, and the applicants elected to provide 1,276 residential car parks, and they've used the travel demand measures within the transport hub to make up the remaining gap, and that's through 62 motorbike parks.
So, yes, so 1,276 car spots for 1,307 units.
Through you, Mr. Chair, that's correct, yeah.
So, of the mix of the apartments, my read is there's 70.8% of the apartments 2-bedroom, 3-bedroom, 4-bedroom or penthouse, and logic would suggest that those would typically require more car parks. So is council concerned in any way that there's an insufficient supply of parking that for a development of this size and scale?
Through you, Mr. Chair, so within this area of the city, we're encouraging reduced car dependency. We're comfortable with the proposed number of car parks provided. So there are going to be a number of units that will have 2 car parks because of the tandem car park arrangement, which you can see in the podium level here. Of note, there'll be approximately 330 dwellings that will not be provided a car park.
Thank you. And just to continue with the car parking and that slide that you have there, has there been any consideration to the interface between what I assume is the entrance to the childcare and the 4 car spaces immediately in front of the door? My question relates to 2 things. Turning circles for those cars as they head into there looks as if they'd probably have to go right quite close to the door, and turning circles seems quite tight, and then how that relates to potential safety issues with children coming in and out of the childcare.
Through Mr. Chair, I'll get Joel to explain that further in relation to the turning circles.
Through the chair, so when we've assessed the parking layout against the Australian standard requirements. That requires a minimum parking aisle of 5.8 metres, and they've met that parking aisle requirement, so that's acceptable.
Okay, So just to confirm that standard is applied to specifically those 4 car parks either side of the entrance to the childcare. The swing or the turning circles of cars getting in and out of those car spots is considered acceptable with the Australian standards. Is that right?
That's correct.
Thank you.
And through you, Mr. Chair, to further touch on that access point, it's for staff and emergency access only. So you can see there's another emergency access door. I can't see the number of the car park, but just to the bottom, and access to the waste room, which is just outside the childcare service centre.
Any other questions, Councillor Doran? Councillor Martin.
Apologies, I know I said I didn't have any more, but just wanted to clarify on the removal of the tower with short-term accommodation under the new structure, new application. Are all the dwellings permanent? There's no short-term accommodation within the 2 towers?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yep, they're all permanent residential dwellings now. Yep.
Back to Councillor Doran.
Just a quick follow-up on the parking question. Sorry, I thought you thought it was finished, but it wasn't. The question before related to a potential undersupply in relation to the amount of units. The car parking for the visitors' car park, which is also mixed with the commercial car park for the shops, which could be used for staff as well as visitors, is that also considered undersupplied on the same metrics as which the permanent parking is potentially undersupplied under the local map?
Through the Chair, so the car parking rate proposed here is the same rate as the approved development. So there is a performance-based outcome, and the number of car parks shared between the commercial residents, the commercial and the residential visitors is consistent with the approved development. So.
Sorry, consistent with the existing approval that we're amending, but is it consistent with the standards set in the plan in relation to visitors and commercial car parks ratios?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, we're consistently applying a performance-based outcome for that number. So the 75 visitor and staff and the 4 motorcycle car parks is the performance outcome that we've consistently approved for this development. Yeah.
Anyone else?
Just one final question. In relation to the hours of operation, the food and drink premises, which is defined most, I think, of all of the retail from memory, is approved for hours of operation from 7 a.m. onwards. I just wanted to query the effectiveness of that hours of operation, given cafes in the Gold Coast and in this location typically open earlier than that.
Through you, Mr. Chair, so the applicant provided an acoustic report that recommended specific hours of trading to not impact the amenity of, I guess, residents in the area. So this is a consistent condition that's been carried over from the approved development as well. So we've applied what the applicants recommended, so we're not going to go outside that.
One last question. Would a change, and this is, forgive me if I'm wrong here, but would a change to reduce those hours require another material change of use application? No?
Through you, Mr. Chair, depending on the scale of that change, it's likely that it would be a minor change, not another change application. So, yeah.
Councillor O'Neill.
Thanks, Chair. I note that the Area Council isn't here today, but I guess he's been consulted, and I noted that there was no, even though it's code accessible, there was no correspondence received. You've obviously had a chat to Darren, so did he bring up any queries about this?
Councillor Taylor is sad he couldn't be here this morning, but has commitments with the opening of the air show for this year. I had a conversation with him yesterday where he expressed that he was very supportive of the changes and believes that while he was very supportive of the original approval, that this is actually a superior outcome in the end for his area. Councillors, other questions? Very good. In that case, I would Councillor Gates.
Sorry, it's just in response to the question that Councillor Doran asked about a change in hours. Without there being a minor change, Council could change the hours as part of this approval. So, no, I just thought it was worth explaining to Councillor Doran as a new councillor that if he wanted to move a change in the hours of operation at this point in time, that becomes part of the approval without the need for an applicant to lodge a new application. So I just thought that was worth explaining. Not that I'm encouraging you to do so, I'm just letting you know that can happen.
Councillors, if there's no other questions, I'd be seeking someone to move the recommendation. Councillor Doran is happy to move the recommendation. I'm happy. Councillor Gates has jumped a hand into second. So, Councillor Doran, your first opportunity to open debate.
Thank you, Chair. So, I think throughout the city we do well to encourage groups to think big and to reach for the sky in some respects in certain places.
Well played.
And I think that Surfers Paradise is one of those places where we want to encourage people to plan our skyline. And I think our skyline is as much of an attraction to people who don't see it very often as our theme parks, and I think this is a great contribution to that. There are some concerns when you put 1,300 dwellings into one space, which I hope that city officers will manage with their conditions, but this application not only improves our skyline, it speaks to the significant need as a city, to increase our dwelling supply. And I'm really pleased to see that the units are not for short-term accommodation in this instance, because our existing dwelling supply is so low. This will make a great contribution towards the city's supply of housing in the future, and I support it and recommend it.
Councillors, anyone wishing to speak against the item? And of course, we have a little bit of time into the importance of it. I'd open the floor to anyone else wishing to make a contribution. Councillor Gates.
Thanks, Chairman. I just wanted to give my support to this application, not only because I think it's a great improvement, reducing the number of towers and providing that more slender, taller building, but also because with the developer, we have a confidence that we will actually see these units delivered. And we know that not every application that comes before us is the final product often doesn't get delivered, but we have a great confidence that this will. So I think there's been some great improvements as part of this change. For example, bringing the childcare down to the podium or level 1. And it's a fine-looking development and happy to see it proceed.
Anyone else? Councillor Martin.
Yeah, just wanted to outline my support for the this change application, namely the increase in height of the towers, which allows for more dwellings. There's an increase. And the map building height, there is no height limit in the city under the city plan, so it's in accordance with the city plan. Density's improved, site cover's reduced. We've reduced the tower, so the bulk built form is reduced, so it's better. Spoken to the local divisional councillor who was supportive, so I'm really pleased to support it. The local councillor is supportive, and also the addition of the childcare centre in the city, where it makes it easier for working parents around our CBD to go to work and drop the kids off. So just wanted to throw my support around. Whilst we are going up, I think there's great improvements for this plan, so supporting it.
There's a representative of the developer in the gallery today, so I'm going to do what I did last time with this item, which is just to make the point that Councillor Gates did, that there has been billions of dollars of investment by Harry Triguboff in this city, and that has led to thousands of dwellings being delivered. So once again, to pass on our thanks that he is a developer that not only puts the application in but actually builds it, and construction of this one is already underway with basement works commenced. So we very much look forward to this one proceeding ahead. and would echo the fine comments of all committee members on this one, that while I was very supportive of the original approval, I actually do believe that we have got a far superior outcome in the end with what's been put forward, and look forward to it coming out of the ground. Councillor Doran, do you wish to close debate? In that case, we'd take the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimous. We thank officers and move on to 6.4. Councillor Tozer, you would like the presentation on this one? Page and Councillor Tozer, presentation on this one? Yeah, take the presentation, please. Good morning.
Pardon? Oh, what do we have to do? It's not on the, huh? Do we not have it? Just, can we go across? It should be on the,
Yeah, just go and have a look. Now we. Yeah, look, Phil.
Councillors, it appears that we have a small technical issue, and we're going to give officers 5 minutes to try and get the report available so it can be up on the screen, since we have representatives in the gallery today. So just for those in the gallery, we're going to take a quick 5-minute break while the officers try and get the presentation so it's up on the screen so that you can see it. Meeting adjourned for 5 minutes. Councillors, welcome back. We have taken the opportunity to resolve a couple of technical issues, and hopefully that's it for today's committee. We now have the presentation for 6.4. All over to you, officers.
Through the chair, good morning, councillors. I do apologise for that. That didn't go as smoothly as we would have liked. We'll sort that out for next time. Apologies. My name is Philip Zapala for the new councillors on the committee. I'm here to present item 6.4, which is a material change of use for a transport depot, in particular bus storage and caretakers accommodation that's located at 460 Gold Coast Springbrook Road, Mudgeeraba. Before we sort of proceed into the item itself, this one's got a little bit of history in terms of the assessment process and the assessment framework. So very quickly, it might be a benefit to step through that. As we can see, the application is for a material change of use for a transport depot. In particular, it's impact accessible. The application was lodged under version 8 of City Plan, so it's been with us for quite some time for a number of reasons. Pursuant to version 8, the application triggers impact assessment because the proposal involves the storage of more than 4 vehicles. It proposes the storage of 8 vehicles. Under version 8, up to 4 vehicles was code accessible in the rural zone. Beyond that, impact accessible. Version 10 of City Plan commenced on the 4th of July 2023. Version 10 introduced a number of changes, specifically in relation to transport depots in the rural zone. Now, briefly, these were that transport depots were made impact accessible, regardless of the number of vehicles being stored, and the land use was removed from being referenced in the zone code as a use that could be envisaged in rural areas where they didn't impact on the purpose of that zone, like rural production or lifestyle and amenity. So version 11, the current version, retains those changes. So in accordance with the assessment benchmark for impact accessible applications under City Plan, the assessment has been carried out primarily against the assessment benchmarks of version 8, and that's what's required by the Planning Act, assess against primarily against the benchmarks that it was assessed under. Assessment can be given weight to any benchmarks that came into force after the application was lodged but before it was decided. So we've given consideration to the new benchmarks under version 11, and submissions to the application have also been considered. Moving on to the site itself, the site is located in the rural zone of the city. It has an area of 5,223 square metres, with frontages of approximately 152 metres to the state-controlled Gold Coast Springbrook Road and 57.7 metres to Horseshoe Drive, which is a city road. Access to the site is currently from Gold Coast Springbrook Road, with no access to and from Horseshoe Drive. The site slopes away from Gold Coast Springbrook Road towards the northern and western boundaries. Existing improvements which are visible there are a dwelling house and the remnants of an earlier retail nursery use on the site, including some paths, small terraces for plant display areas and signage. Vegetation exists in the form of several groupings along the Gold Coast Springbrook Road frontage, with minimal scattered vegetation throughout the site. The site, as is represented there, is in the rural zone. Now, there is a very small portion of the site in the very southwestern corner contained in the rural landscape environment precinct. It's not that evident from that side. I think the line marking around the site sort of disguises it, although no part of the proposal affects this part of the site. The surrounding areas, for the most part, within the rural zone and the rural landscape environment precinct. The immediate area is characterised by a number of uses. While there is a predominance of rural living, the surrounding area contains a scattering of non-rural activities, including a wholesale plant nursery, which is on the adjoining site, a number of kennels and catteries, holiday park, in the form of like a tourist cabins, war museum and bulk water treatment infrastructure. Views of the site as it currently sits. So you'll see on the left-hand side of the page, it's views of the site from Horseshoe Drive. On the right, views looking in the direction of the site along Horseshoe Drive, and that's taken from the approximate location of the nearest dwelling along Horseshoe Drive. Various images of the road, I guess the road conditions and then the site, and similarly looking back up to the Gold Coast Springbrook Road. Views of the intersection with Gold Coast Springbrook Road and Horseshoe Drive and Gold Coast Springbrook Road, frontage of the site. The proposal itself, as submitted, features a large shed, shown in orange, which is in the order of 33 metres by 15 metres, and that's to cater for storage of up to 8 buses. There's a 970 square metres of hard stand for the manoeuvring and staff parking, left in, left out ingress only from Gold Coast Springbrook Road, and ingress and egress from Horseshoe Drive. A caretaker's residence positioned towards the Horseshoe Drive frontage of the site, and a 3 metre wide landscape buffer along the frontage to Gold Coast Springbrook Road. Views of the shed that's to be proposed, and the caretaker's residence. Operationally, the proposal is to operate a bus company that provides, amongst other things, a school bus service between Springbrook and various areas of the hinterland down to Mudgeeraba. This, we've been advised, typically involves 3 buses in the morning and afternoon runs. The buses used in the school run will leave the site between 6:30 and 7 a.m. All buses are to return by 6 p.m, and that's not just the school buses, of course, but any other buses used for any other operations, such as charters, and that's what the remainder of any buses stored on site would be used for. Charters either within the local area, and this may mean that they're absent from the site for either the entire day or longer, depending on what they're used for. And the caretaker's residence to facilitate the caretakers are on site. Through our assessment, the key considerations that officers have seen with the planning scheme, or that just needed to be considered, were the suitability of the land use in relation to the zone and surrounding character, amenity impacts and traffic impacts. I'll just move through each of these because a lot of them tie into the submissions as well that we received. Because it was an impact accessible application, it was advertised. We see here that there was a total of 23 submissions were received. The submissions largely reflected a lot of those key considerations that our officers identified and which were identified on the previous slide, but also included other things such as environmental impacts, landslide hazard, compliance with the strategic framework, lack of any community benefit, and setbacks. One submission was received in support of the application, and that raised the issue of the community benefit, being providing the bus service to the local school community and being consistent in that submitter's view of the local character. The submitter's map shows that for the most part, the submissions came from the immediate vicinity and in particular residents of Horseshoe Drive, but not exclusively. The residents noted that the predominant rural residential nature, although being in a rural zone, does have a very residential nature to it, of Horseshoe Drive, and cited the noise and amenity impacts caused by the use and as the main reasons for objection. Officers, having considered the strategic framework as a whole, the city plan as a whole, both under version 8 and version 11, so having regard to those changes that were specifically made to the planning scheme under version 11, and they were primarily to acknowledge the amenity impacts that were brought about, or the concerns from residents in particular. We've considered those, we've considered the submissions, and having looked at all those, are supportive of the proposal and for these particular reasons. The reasons being that the proposal will not compromise the capacity of the surrounding rural land to be used for agricultural purposes. So at the moment, there is no predominant resident or rural purpose occurring on the land either on this site or surrounding sites. And the site itself is of a size which wouldn't really accommodate any viable rural production. Potential noise impacts of the development will be appropriately mitigated. So all buses, when they're on site, need to be stored in the sheds. The noise reports that were provided with the application and conditioned through this recommendation took into account the noise generated by buses, and it was like cumulatively 8 buses starting up, idling on site, and including the vehicles that any staff might use. So it took a very conservative approach, and it identified that noise levels 2 metres from the buses themselves was not offensive, and by the time you got to the nearest residence, it had dropped to particularly acceptable levels. Also, in regard to the fact that we have Gold Coast Springbrook Road, which is a very highly trafficked road and in itself provides quite a bit of noise impact. That the proposal supports the rural and hinterland community by providing that school bus service between the sparsely populated hinterland areas and the coastal strip. And one of the benefits that this site was identified as having is that at the moment, we've been told the way they operate is the buses come down from Springbrook, they collect the children from up there and the hinterland areas, come down to Springbrook, deliver the kids from Springbrook into Mudgeeraba, then do a return trip back up to Springbrook, meaning a lot of additional movements on the road network, which is not particularly necessary. This site provides that in-between location. The scale of the development has been reduced. So officers are recommending that the scale of the development be reduced, having regard to the submissions and the changes that were made through version 10. And conditions having been imposed that require the reduction so that a maximum of 6 buses are stored on site. So that reduces overall noise impacts and also overall traffic on the road network. Additional landscape buffers have been proposed along the southern and the northern and western boundaries of the site, in addition to those that have already been proposed. The proposal will provide roadworks through recommended conditions. One of the issues which was identified was just the capacity or the ability of Horseshoe Drive to accommodate buses or larger vehicles coming in and out of that street. It has I think a 4.5 metre wide pavement width at the moment, which wouldn't allow vehicles to pass. So if a bus is coming up Horseshoe Drive after having exited the site and a vehicle is needing to turn from Gold Coast Springbrook Road into Horseshoe Drive, there's not that ability to pass. So there's a condition requiring land dedication from the frontage of the site and road reconstruction to a 7.5 metre wide pavement. That's in addition to intersection upgrades, which state government has conditioned on their state-controlled road to allow right turn movements at that intersection and allow vehicles to pass a vehicle that's propped to turn into Horseshoe Drive.
Mr. Chair, can I ask some questions about that part, or do you want to get to the end?
I think we can move on to the end. What I've been running through is basically on the slide in terms of some of the key conditions that officers have recommended to the application to assist with the amenity impacts, traffic safety impacts. And then just moving along to, this slide just shows essentially with the recommended conditions, this is the outcome. The reduction in the scale of the shed and obviously the number of buses on site, additional landscaping along those edges in those red rectangles, and in the blue area, the proximate area of the road widening.
Councillor Tozer, questions?
So I've got a couple of things I wanted to ask about, and that last slide that you kind of touched on, which is where council officers, I understand, have talked to the applicant about that Horseshoe Drive intersection. Mm-hmm. Normally when we submitted approval, there's some sort of engineering design or some sort of, this is what the road might look like, but we don't really have that. Help me understand why we don't have that.
Well, through the chair, we asked that to occur. So after doing a site inspection, so we didn't get any of that information through the traffic impact analysis. After officers undertook a site inspection, we saw what was very evident through the photos on the site. I might not flick back to them all, but just the condition of that horseshoe drive, that it didn't really permit that level of traffic or that type of traffic. So from that, we made the request for them to provide those engineering details. That wasn't forthcoming, and it's been in part why the application has been with officers for the time that it has been in trying to get that information from the applicant. It wasn't forthcoming, and it was an application that needed to be decided, and we believe it could be decided with these conditions. There's no way, and officers don't see without that requirement that this is a site that would work. I mean, that's the intersection, so that intersection will be upgraded both as a result of the state government requirements and also the council requirements, and then moving back. So you can see the condition of the road there at the moment. There's a spoon drain that runs along the one edge. There's a drop-off that runs along another edge. It's not like in a lot of other rural situations where people put one tyre off each side of the road and they sort of pass down and they share the bitumen. It really wouldn't work in this scenario. It has to be a road widening.
Right, and so the condition around that doesn't involve specific plans. It just says that the road pavement needs to be widened to at least a width of 7.5 metres, and an RPEQ engineer needs to be involved in that design process. That's and they'll be submitted to council before they can actually undertake this land use. Am I reading that correctly?
That's right. So it has to be to a rural access street standard.
Yes.
They prepare the plan. The condition requires that they prepare the plan. That plan gets approved. Then they obviously have to construct that plan, and that has to happen prior to commencement of the use.
Right. Now, just so I've got it very clear, the adjacent lot, which you can see in the picture on the left-hand side, is a fairly large-scale wholesale nursery. And my understanding is trucks are coming and going from that on a daily basis already. Going through this process, have we identified that road is really not suitable for those large vehicles, or what have we come to understand about that road and the traffic that's already going across it?
Through the chair, that there is already traffic through that street, yes, granted, because that wholesale nursery does, from our understanding, receive either deliveries or vehicles that take plants off-site, in sometimes, from what we've been told, articulated vehicles. But they're not occurring from what we've also been advised, occurring at the rate of
what would happen with a bus depot.
6 buses coming in and out of the site every day at that regularity. So it really becomes the regularity of the use and that additional traffic and essentially the regularity of that, where it's setting it up for a use that is its primary purpose.
Yeah. So is there still in our conditioned recommendation for approval a capacity for the business operator to left in, left out from Springbrook Road, or not?
Through the chair, no. Gold Coast Springbrook Road is state controlled, and from what we've been advised, they haven't. At the moment, the way it's proposed and approved and conditioned is left in only.
Left in only. So so buses cannot exit onto Springbrook Road at all.
No. All exiting vehicles have to come through Horseshoe Drive.
And that can't be used until the road is widened to 7.5 metres and appropriate plans are submitted to council.
That's correct, yeah.
Okay, cool. I had some other questions, if you don't mind, just about, you touched on your presentation, the idea of the, version 8 of the city plan and version 11 of the city plan, and you touched on when this application was lodged, version 8 was the active version, and that a transport depot of up to 4 buses would be code accessible. Had they lodged an application for 4 buses, what would the process involved at that point?
Through the chair, the process would have been, it wouldn't have gone through public notification, being code accessible.
Yes.
And it wouldn't have been an assessment against the strategic framework.
Yes.
As code accessible applications are just bound by the code, so it's a bounded assessment. We would be looking at the zone code and any other applicable development codes.
Got it. Okay. So,
or overlay codes.
Yeah, I've got a clearer picture there now. Also, the size of the shed, it's a rural zoned site. That shed doesn't seem particularly large for a rural area. If they'd just chosen to build a shed of the size that they proposed, which is 8 buses, and they just were going to store agricultural machinery in it, would they have been able to do that as self-accessible, or would that be code accessible as well? I'd be just building a shed.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chair. Roger Sharp for the councillors who I haven't met. This actually wouldn't need planning approval for a shed on this site, Councillor Tozer. It would need to go through what's called an amenity and aesthetics application.
Yes.
And officers would simply look at the colour of the shed, the proximity to boundaries, and maybe condition up a landscaping plan, but a fairly simple application, not requiring a formal planning approval.
Gotcha. So had they lodged an application for 4 buses in the shed that they've proposed, they would have been able to basically get a code accessible and wouldn't be any public, there wouldn't have been public any notification. And if they just built the shed of its 8 berth size, it wouldn't have gone through a planning approval either. It'd be an amenity and aesthetics piece. Is that, I've got both of those things correct, haven't I?
Through you, Mr Chair, the actual shed itself, but obviously up to 4 buses would have required a code assessment application for the use.
Got it.
Only.
Yeah, that's because it's being perceived as a transport depot. Okay, that clears up some personal questions I had. On Friday the 10th of May, one of the submitters wrote an email to all councillors, and in that email, the correspondent, the person, his name's Mr Smith, identified a number of issues that I would love to just have on the record being addressed, so we can make sure we have enough respect for, you know, a concerned resident who's written to us. And some of the, he's very clearly lined it out and put it in paragraphs, which is much better than a lot of people who write to us. Sometimes they write in these 3 pages of prose and you can't actually work it, but he's segmented it quite easily for us to try to deal with. So the first paragraph basically deals with the group that Mr Smith is associated with, says that they're strongly opposed to development, with the major access and egress points being designed directly from our very narrow, quiet street that is Gold Coast Springbrook Road. Now, is it fair to say that then that we have now had regard for that submission as part of what we've talked about, and we've actually said that it's no longer a quiet street, narrow, quiet street. We've actually conditioned a wider, in fact, almost double width quiet street. Have we addressed that in our conditions?
Through the chair, well, officers believe that the road winding will only occur up to essentially the frontage of this site. So, you know, beyond the street, beyond the site, nothing will change. But for the purpose of accommodating this particular use on the site, we believe that the road widening addresses that. I guess one might say, but for the purposes of this, for this road widening, whether that's is no longer a quiet residential street, it does bring it up still to a rural access street standard.
Yeah.
So it's not a standard of street that's uncommon in a rural area.
Yeah, and there's no current provision in the city plan to convert this rural area to a rural residential area at the moment, is there? There's no preliminary processes that are addressing that, turning into a rural from being a rural area. That I'm not aware of.
We're aware of? No,
that's great.
It's not one of the...
The second paragraph Mr Smith talks to relates to approved, processes with the city plan, and the words that Mr Smith has used here say, our particular interest is in relation to the decision by council and councillors to remove transportation depots, item 28, rural residential zone amenity from the list of possible land uses that could be considered under the rural zone code. Previously, there's some flexibility for council to approve such uses if they are deemed not to conflict with landscape character and rural amenity, but this flexibility is now being removed. The words that he's used, this idea of flexibility being removed, doesn't seem fair based on what you've said to us today. There is still, anyone can lodge an application for anything in any zone, and it occurs to me that under this application, we are legislatively obligated to consider the application under the version it was lodged. Am I clear on that?
Through you, Mr Chair, correct. Section 45 of the Planning Act says that council can have may have regard to the new planning scheme, but as you know, this application was version 8. That is the relevant planning instrument, and that is the instrument that council made their assessment on. in terms of the report, between pages 528 and 540, we've demonstrated clearly that we've had regard to version 10 and version 11 and the changes. We actually, in relation to version 10, we actually looked at reducing the scale of this transport depot to bring it in line with a lot of those benchmarks.
Yes.
As you've correctly said, it's not a prohibition anymore. It's more difficult under version 11 for transport depots, more difficult. An applicant just needs to work harder. So it's not a prohibition, and we believe that this application before you, relevant planning instrument being version 8, had regard to version 11, and that's why we're supporting this application with the recommended conditions.
Yeah, all right. The next paragraph, he talks about the intersection with Horseshoe and Gold Coast Springwood Road, and I think we've really addressed that as best we can. We have conditioned an upgrade to Horseshoe Drive such that you know, we meet both the state government's requirements and council's requirements for almost the double width. And frankly, actually, good question. Has the applicant actually responded in any form? Have they said they will or won't be able to proceed with the land use by us conditioning that? What was their response?
Through the chair, curiously, we haven't really had much. Officers have found it difficult to get a response out of the applicants.
Yes.
Now, we've made contact with their planning consultants.
Yes.
Even their planning consultants haven't been able to give us a lot of direction or advice in terms of what their client may or may not be considering. And I guess we got to a point where we just had to, we officers felt we had to move with an outcome.
Yeah.
So, and this is why we brought it to committee, because it needs a resolution. Officers feel that this is the only way that we can support a resolution, and that's why we're presenting it today.
There was no signalling from the applicant of a deemed refusal or a deemed approval. It wouldn't be a deemed refusal where we're to pass any sort of threshold, will be, because it is a. Help me understand.
Well,
how
through
that
the
would
chair,
work.
there was no suggestion of that.
Yeah.
Look, there was but in saying that, there was also not a lot of dialogue
at all
from the.
Okay. The last, second last paragraph that Mr. Smith has written into councillors talks about the words he uses is negative impacts of approving this development in this location, the resulting non-conforming land use that'll come into existence, and then he talks about as a result of the amendments to the plan and give due consideration to the COTY principle, C-O-T-Y principle, and the Planning Act 2016. I think you've kind of addressed the Planning Act 2016. I don't know what the COTY principle is. Could you help me understand what that is?
Through you, Mr. Chair, the COTY principle is an old planning term, or dates back decades and decades before Councillor Young.
Is it an acronym?
Before Councillor Young and Roger Sharp worked here.
Yeah, sorry, I'm too young to know what that. What is the? Yeah, what is? Is it an acronym? COTY? Is that what it is?
The COTY. So. Well, what it's for is if the city is intending to make a policy change through an amendment and it is a significant policy position,
yes,
council can adopt the COTY principle in relation to its assessment and decision making, but only up to a point where it isn't implemented into a planning scheme. The COTY principle isn't applicable here because version 10 and now version 11 are actually adopted and implemented. So we can't use the COTY principle. It would be for if there's an amendment that's right. will be implemented at a later date where it's a significant policy position. We don't believe the COTY principle would have been applicable here anyway.
There's been several court cases since the COTY case that have tightened this up and given much clearer direction, so I always use the example of the Jefferson Lane height reduction.
Yes.
So that has been, we've had a few submissions say, apply that principle. Judges have made it very clear that really, unless it's been adopted by the state and it's just a formality for us to include in a scheme, that's the threshold before we can consider it. So
we've had clear orders from magistrates and judges very clearly saying that this principle is not really how we should play.
The COTY case is quite old now. There's been several pieces of case law since then where judges have made it very clear that that's the threshold.
Great, okay. So Mr. Smith finishes his letter to councillors talking a little bit about the Springbrook much about bus service providing a community benefit. And I would speak to that just a little bit, in that, I know this organisation, they run the local bus service for Mudgebuck Creek State School and Springbrook residents going down to the local schools. So I don't know them personally. I've never shared a meal with them. But I know who they are. The Coots family, who I know is noted, delivered the mail. They have a separate business delivering the mail to Springbrook, and they've done that for probably more than 80 years. So they're definitely a well-known family in our local area. But I would say, it occurs to me that you've basically rendered, by conditioning this road widening, we've probably rendered the scale of their business operation probably doesn't lend itself to them actually being able to deliver that solution. So for councillors' information, I think whilst we're granting an approval, or an approval is recommended today, this is not Kinetic. What is it? Yeah,
Councillor, I might bring back, if you don't have any questions, we might take questions and we'll shoot the debate. Yep. Any other questions? Councillor Gates.
I had a question about condition number 8 on page 573, which speaks to the screening components for the refuse storage, the service equipment, etc. And I just wondered if officers could tell me, is that landscape or is it solid structure that is intended? And just my only other question is with regard to the frontage to the Springbrook Road, I didn't see that there was a landscape buffer along there. And if there's the answer to this one is a solid structure, would we require planting at the front of that structure as well?
Through the chair, all screening, condition 8 is probably somewhat an operational condition, and in some respects, I guess, a standard development condition and an operational. So it's for the ongoing. Most of the screening that officers are conditioning for this development will be through planting. So the last slide, if we can just skip quickly to the last slide. So the applicant has identified in that green area along Gold Coast Springbrook Road a 3 metre wide landscape area. So that was proposed by the applicant, and that'll be a combination of planting that's in the road reserve now and then supplemented planting. The areas without the green are the areas that officers are recommending be planted as a screen buffer, a planted screen buffer, to improve any, I guess, or any screening or visual amenity to the adjoining residents and anybody coming up Horseshoe Drive. So it's really the screening is through planting that's been proposed on the site.
Thank you.
So both proposed and conditioned.
Another question, Councillor Gates?
No, that's all, thanks.
Councillor Young.
I just keep looking at that same slide. The original shed proposal was 7 metres from the boundary, is my understanding, from the front boundary, and the code requires 10. With the reduced size of the shed, would it meet the code, or is it still under the 10 metres setback?
Through the chair, probably didn't. I mean, this is not the answer. I guess the applicant could come back to us and decide if they were to take this on, that they might decide to move that shed in some location. This is really a depiction of what it might mean in terms of the scale of the shed being reduced. If it were to stay in that location, I would say it would increase. I mean, at the pinch point there, it's 7 metres. By the time you take it back to where that orange area starts, it seems like it would well be within the 10 metres. It was noted also that even the shed as it is currently, it sits lower than the road itself, and there is some screen planting already there, some of the mature vegetation. So in itself is already going to be partially screened, even in its current proposed location and scale.
Thank you. One more question, if you don't mind, Chair. You do have a photograph along Springbrook Road towards the intersection. It's on page 532, the second photograph, the bottom photo, is looking, I think that must be north, towards Horseshoe Drive and the intersection there. And I've looked on Google Maps from that intersection coming this way towards where the photographer is, and it's quite a grade, and then there's a crest. It's probably about 80 metres from that intersection. Has Has DTMR properly assessed that site distance and vulnerability of moving a big bus out of that corner onto the road where there may be speeding motorists on the state road that appear over the crest?
Through the chair, I can only assume they have. They've given us conditions. They've given us plans for the road widening requirements, and they've given conditions. And
their condition relates to the basic right turn alteration.
It does, but there's also a traffic impact assessment. So officers would have to assume that as that's a SARA requirement, that they would have done, as officers would have done if it were a city-owned road, that they would have done that assessment.
Thanks, Jim.
I might jump in with a couple, then come to Councillor Doran and Neil. Can I just check? I saw in wording somewhere it talks about no major mechanical, and then on one of your slides you said no mechanical. Can I get clarity? Is it no mechanical permitted on site, or is there a level of mechanical work permitted?
Through the chair, it would be no mechanical, as in can't strip an engine down or do anything like that. Perhaps if a tyre needed changing or something on site to get the bus going, that could potentially occur intermittently, but it certainly wouldn't be the bus needs to be serviced. Somebody's going to come, a mobile mechanic comes to the site and services the bus on site. It's not to involve those. If it's something minor, I guess that means the bus couldn't move off site.
I have a sense that's fraught with danger a little bit. So am I going to have development compliance officers going out because there's been a complaint about major mechanical going on, and then there's an argument over whether taking a tyre off and replacing a brake shoe is major mechanical or not? Like, I'd actually prefer clarity. Is it no mechanical, or is it a level of mechanical, and that be clearly defined somewhere, not dissimilar to what we did with Wholesome, for example? Like, to remove that issue of development compliance, trying to understand what the intent was, it clearly calls out this is what is allowed and this is what is not allowed.
Yeah, through you, Mr Chair, it's condition 10 on page 573, and it's quite clear, no mechanical repairs or servicing of vehicles.
So that includes mobile mechanics coming to the site?
There is no mechanic.
You answered my next question, which is that one of the biggest noise generators is changing tyres, so pneumatic guns, taking off a dozen nuts off studs off big wheels. And buses, they're going to get their tyres checked every few days and need those changes, so no tyre changing on site either.
Through you, Mr Chair, that would be a development offence in relation to condition 10.
And can I check as well, so bus washing, are they allowed to wash buses on site?
Through the chair, it wasn't intended that would happen as well, because we probably see that would probably have other environmental health concerns associated with that.
That's my concern. So normally if this was a transport depot and we were allowing 4 trucks and then one of the wash trucks, there'd have to be a approved wash bay and pollutant traps and everything else that goes with that. So does it specifically call out somewhere that washing of buses is not permitted?
Through you, Mr Chair, we're actually happy to add some words on condition 10 to also prohibit the washing of buses.
I think that to me does trigger a series of environmental things that would have to be considered and approved appropriately. That was me for now. Councillor Doran and then Councillor O'Neill.
Thank you, Chair. My question relates to Gold Coast Springwood Road and the deceleration lane into the ingress on the side. Have you been provided modelling by the applicant as to the sufficiency of that deceleration lane, and how, given its buses that are going into the site, whether or not the tail of the buses will be hanging out onto Gold Coast Springwood Road and therefore affecting vehicles behind it?
Through the chair, given that... page 603 for councillors is where I'm looking at, sorry. Through the chair, as Gold Coast Springbrook Road is a state-controlled road, all aspects of the assessment of that road and associated with that road was their jurisdiction. So council officers had no assessment benchmarks associated with any of the roadworks or the manoeuvring that occurs within Gold Coast Springbrook Road. So I understand the assessment is SARA, but
it's more whether the applicant has provided you or the council in the application with...
So the applicant's not required to provide it to us. They would have had a SARA referral, and if SARA is giving conditions, I think it'd be fair to say they must have provided a traffic impact report, otherwise SARA would have not proceeded. Will I be correct in that?
Through the chair, that's correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, so that SARA would have been provided a traffic engineering report and traffic impact assessment, and then SARA gives us conditions to impose, but we don't take any part of the assessment of what they give into that.
Line to that.
No, that's all on them.
Okay, just following on from that, has there been any information provided as to the swept paths of the buses once they're on the site and how they manoeuvre around to then get back off the site and move around once they enter off Gold Coast Springbrook Road?
Through the chair, I believe that was provided. I didn't do the assessment on that. We have Chris Livers, looks like he's getting to his feet and he's probably going to come in. And I might wait for Chris to come up because he can probably explain it a lot more concisely.
Yes, the traffic impact assessment did include swept path analysis of buses, both turning in and out of the site from Gold Coast Springbrook Road and also Horseshoe Drive via the proposed turning treatments, and also on the site. So entering the site, pulling into the shed and then leaving the site again in a forward gear.
And just, we weren't provided those paths. Were there any issues in relation to the manoeuvrability of the buses once they get onto the site that was identified?
No. It was all designed appropriately.
Any other questions for Chris while he's at the lectern? Traffic questions? Yep, traffic question, Councillor Martin.
Just query on the condition around no more than 3 buses operating. Obviously, there's greater parking for those buses, but does that mean just 3 running at the same time? Is that the intent of that?
Through the chair, the intent of that condition, and I'll just see which condition it is to make sure I got the right one, but the intent of the 3 buses is that the operators have told us that's the number of buses they use for the school run. So there'll be more than 3 buses on the site. But for the school run, which typically leaves before 7 o'clock, they can have 3 buses operating between that 6:30 and 7 o'clock AM period. I guess the times of the day when it's more noise sensitive. Beyond that, then there's not that exclusion. Beyond then, the remainder of the buses that might be on site can then manoeuvre off the site as required. But that 3 buses is just the number of buses that are permitted to manoeuvre on site or through that 6:30 to 7 a.m. period.
Councillor Martin, any other questions for you before I come to Councillor O'Neill?
Thanks, Chair. On page 540, in the report it says, while the subject site is in the rural zone, its size is not large enough to support efficient and sustainable agricultural production. And I think it's reasonable that we do consider another land use. But I'm just wondering, the owners of this site, they obviously owned this site when version 8 was in play, because they actually, and I'm not sure when they acquired it, but obviously version 8 was in play when they lodged. So I think it's reasonable for us to consider this. But what size lot is considered reasonable for a sustainable agricultural use? Because it's 5,200 and something square metres, so yeah.
Through the chair, well, I guess in officers' perspective, that's not much larger than a typical rural residential allotment that we see. And it would be our view that it would probably require a substantially larger lot, considering some of the other rural activities that we've seen. And well, I'm not sure if this committee's seen them, but I know there's salad makers, which is an application that we've assessed more recently. That was quite a much larger lot in having that rural activity that was a viable rural activity. So I guess in officers' view, it's location, it's isolation, it's what's around it that doesn't really make it the site itself, and because of its surrounds, a viable rural proposition. Now, I guess I'm probably not I'm probably naive and not covering off all aspects of what type of agriculture there might be out there. But in terms of the agriculture that I think we typically see in the city, it wouldn't appear to officers that would present a viable option.
Yeah, so it's probably what I'm getting at. It's probably safe to assume that there'd be something else proposed for this site rather than agricultural use. So, yeah.
It gets interesting. So when I read that, I thought to the fact, well, I could put a hydroponics shed on there and do intensive horticulture, but then with that comes a whole heap of other issues. Now, intensive horticulture on this would be code accessible, but there would be a much bigger building. It'd be much more intrusive to local amenity. It would have more truck movements in and out of it. So, like, there are other uses that could happen on this site that are code accessible that could be more intensive.
You'd have much better strawberries.
Understood. Yeah. So, but it's an interesting point. So, and I don't profess to rely upon it particularly heavily as one of the reasons, because I think there are probably intensive horticulture uses, but that would look very different to possibly what the community thinks rural production might look like in the rural area. Councillors, any other questions for officers? We'll look to bring this one. Okay. There being no other questions, I'll leave it open to councillors. Councillor Gates is happy to move.
Yeah, happy to move it, Chair.
And Councillor Patterson is happy to second. Councillor Gates to open debate.
Thanks, Chairman. I wanted to acknowledge that there are people here today who are concerned about this, but in running through the entire assessment with the officers and knowing the time that they've put into it, it really is not much more than a garage. Yes, there'll be bus movements in and out, but no other activities on site that could be detrimental to the amenity of the nearby residents. I have a confidence that the significant screening that's being proposed will also ameliorate any problem with the visual amenity. And I think the officers have taken a great deal of care in terms of the early operations to make sure that the movements of 3 buses in and out are not going to be intrusive as well. It was a good pick-up about the washing, Councillor Hamill, the washing of the vehicles, and I think the nearby residents can have confidence that their amenity won't be disrupted by any sort of mechanical work or wash down. So all in all, it's probably something we'll never see delivered because of the cost of the road improvements, but at least the application has been resolved, will be resolved at full council. Thanks.
Can I seek first anyone wishing to speak against before I offer Councillor Toes the opportunity to speak? You can do as you wish as a non-committee member. Go for gold.
Look, I think this has raised a number of issues for me in the community, and there's no doubt that there's a mobilised group of community members who really care about their street. They love the street they live in. That street is characterised by rural residential living. Whilst it's a rural zone, like it or not, it's become a place where people live and people make babies and they run in the street, and it's just a lovely, beautiful place to live. 50 years ago, a nursery was established there, more than 50 years, I think, I understand, but quite some time. So Devon Stork's nursery there has been there for a while, and it kind of creates a separation between the residential area and the edge of the street. And so it's been a little opportunistic for someone to snap up this lot and decide they want to run the bus. But I do want to comment that my experience with the Coots family and Springbrook Mudgebar bus lines has always been so positive. It's been a really good relationship. They have been reducing traffic congestion around my schools for many, many years now by collecting large groups of young people and taking them to school instead of every one of those students travelling to school in their own car and congesting our roads. So, there is a community benefit to reducing traffic congestion around schools, and I know that every councillor in this room would feel the same pain, around their schools at school drop-off time. I do think it is a little. It has been a little disingenuous of some of the residents to suggest that the transport depot has an amenity impact that is greater than what it would be as a rural zone. That shed can be built basically in people's backyards, and it's frustrating when when you're trying to navigate being fair and balanced with a reasonable business at the same time as really trying to hear and listen to reasonable residential requests in an area that isn't actually residential. It's actually rural. And that's been really problematic to navigate. What I do think is that the approval that we have, or we appear to be recommending today, won't be delivered. The reality is the road widening in that location will be multiple millions of dollars to deliver, and the turnover of a bus company that is only able to really operate a maximum of 6 buses just won't be sufficient to be able to deliver that project. And frankly, there'll end up being some other land use delivered on that lot, and it may end up being a residential property anyway. But it is great to have this off our books, and I appreciate that the officers Philip and his team have been really communicative with my office about this process. We've talked about it, we've argued, I've expressed the deep and appropriate concerns of residents to officers who have done their best to navigate that. We've obviously tried to keep in touch with the applicant, which has been very difficult because the applicant, frankly, I believe has just lost faith that this process can result in them getting a deliverable approval. But today, the reason I'm speaking against it is frankly, I feel frustrated that these conditions don't actually solve anyone's problem. They don't solve the problem of the applicant. They actually don't really solve the problem of the resident. And so I'm going to have both a very upset group of residents and also a very upset applicant because they won't actually be able to deliver what we're getting, and we won't be anywhere different than what we started. So I'm speaking against it on that basis. I'll also vote against it on that basis, but I also appreciate the difficult position that this application has put every councillor in, where officers have recommended approval. They've clearly explained the legislative obligations that council has, and it puts us really in a position where we have no alternative. It would be an indefensible legal battle for us to refuse this, and frankly, we would end up as council paying the costs of the applicant. I think that's my personal view, obviously not legal view, but yeah. So whatever councillors decide to do today, it's been a frustrating process, and I know that the residents who have taken the time to come to our committee today, I really appreciate how passionately you have defended your position. But hopefully what we've done today through airing this transparently is shown you the process that council officers go through in order to help councillors make informed decisions about difficult legislative frameworks. Thanks.
The next part of that process is for me to close debate. Councillor Gates, do you wish to close?
Yes, I do, please, Chairman.
No worries.
I want to close because I want the people who are in the gallery viewing and other councillors to know that should we have supported a straight-out refusal of this application today and the applicant decided to appeal it, we may lose our ability to apply all of the conditions that have been applied as part of the decision that we make today. So whilst there may be some concern about this application being recommended and our supporting an approval, there is a method in our madness. I'd also like to acknowledge the work that Councillor Tozer has done in highlighting his people's concern, and I share their concern in some ways, but I really do in my heart believe that the way we're going to proceed with this, whilst recognising that bus service does provide a valuable service within the Mudgeeraba community, there will be great difficulties for them to deliver what is being proposed today. So with that, I'll close.
Councillor Gates, I just want to confirm quickly the addition of B in number 10. You're happy with that as part of your motion? Cool. In that case, councillors will take the vote. All those in favour? That is carried unanimous. Councillor Patterson, you need to leave. We excuse Councillor Patterson at 11:08 and look forward to her governance committee this afternoon with great excitement. Phil, thank you for that one. Councillors, this moves us to item 6.5, which is the report and the special delegation approvals during caretaker periods. Is there questions or concerns that wish to be raised on 6.5? Councillor Martin.
I just had a comment, Chair, just letting fellow councillors know that I had a GB item which relates to this, but raising it as a GB item later on in the meeting. So just wanted to let the fellow councillors know.
Yep, that's fine. And so I think we can air that a little bit now, just that Councillor Martin wishes to put a GBI forward to have a short report board back reviewing the special delegation just to see if there's any ability to include divisional councillors in special delegation, more on just what that looks like. So we'll do that as a GBI at the end today and have that report come back in the future.
Thank you.
Questions on 6.5 specifically? Councillor Doran, or wishing to move it?
No, sorry, my question was about 6.5, but it also relates to, sorry, it does. It says on previous resolutions that reasonable attempts must be made by officers to consult the relevant divisional councillor prior to a decision being made under delegation. I just note that of the 3 that have been approved under delegation, the divisional councillor was not supportive, and I'd like to understand the weight given to that in the process.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Doran, that is correct. So we do consult, and I think that's what Councillor Martin is wanting for us to explore in terms of, does the divisional councillor have a decision? At the moment they don't, because of the time constraints with some of the applications. Even though a divisional councillor might not support the proposal, it still does proceed through special delegations. But I think it was a year or 2 ago, Mr Chair, that we then put some commentary in the reports so that the divisional councillors' thoughts were actually on paper in the agendas. So that's why that's there.
Any other questions on item 6.5? In that case, I'm happy to move it and would seek a seconder. Councillor Gates. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Thank you, officers. Moves us to 6.6. We have our full complement of officers in the room already. Councillor Martin, presentation.
.1199 Gold Coast Highway. The existing approval over the site is for 23 multiple dwellings with a height of 29 metres, the maximum code accessible height for the subject site. Subject other change application seeks to increase the building height from 29 metres to 41.4 and alters the floor plans, having a predominant 2-unit per floor arrangement compared to the 4-unit per floor arrangement previously seen. Change the overall aesthetic of the building, a reduction in the number of units from 23 to 19, and an increase in the total number of bedrooms from 66 to 79. The approved development is shown on the left of the screen, with the proposed development shown on the right. The proposed changes to the aesthetic of the development can be seen through this comparison, and it's been completely changed to achieve an excellent standard of design. One of the key changes was at the ground level, where a unit and associated fences were removed, opening up the space for additional landscaping to be provided and a well-articulated lower arch feature. This results in a better interface with the street. So the subject site is located in the medium density residential zone, located east of the Gold Coast Highway, where a consistent 29-metre building height exists. The subject site is located on a singular lot and has 3 frontages to the Jefferson Lane, Gold Coast Highway and 13th Avenue. It has a total area of 817 square metres and a topography that is generally flat. The site is currently improved by 6 units and includes 2 mature Norfolk pines located on the corner of 13th Avenue and the Gold Coast Highway. The original approval that we're seeking to change today provided a design that supports the retention of one of these trees, and the outcome, part of the change, it retains that retention of the tree. Which one? The one closest to the corner of 13th Avenue and the Gold Coast Highway. No worries. Next slide, sorry. The The following plans show the typical floor plan and side elevation of the development, highlighting the typical setbacks and how the tower has been positioned closer to the street to improve the interface with the neighbouring properties. It also highlights the recessed upper levels for a portion of the building that extends above 29 metres. Although the change to design retains the outermost projections approved as part of the earlier development, the waved shape design facade now provides additional recesses to the sides of the building to reduce the perceived bulk, improving the interface with the neighbouring property and the streets. Councillors, the key consideration for this application is obviously building height by virtue of the height that's being proposed. As the site is located within the medium density residential zone, the development is included within the urban neighbourhoods element of the city plan, where building heights up to a maximum of 50% above the building height overlay map may occur in limited circumstances, subject to meeting all of the tests that are listed on the screen. City officers have undertaken a comprehensive assessment against all of the listed outcomes that are on the screen and consider that the development meets all these tests and therefore can support the increase in height. In the following slides, I'll provide a more detailed review of A, D and E, as well as B, sorry, as they're more topical to this application. However, the development must, and in City Officer's opinion does, meet all the tests that are listed on the screen there. The first assessment benchmark is in relation to a reinforced local identity and sense of place, which is essentially a review of the existing local character and also the envisioned future character in context of the city plan. City officers consider that the proposed development reinforces the local character due to the uniform 29-metre building height designation within the medium density residential zone that extends along the linear strip of the Gold Coast Highway. This strip is characterised by low to high rise developments with a strong emerging character of tower forms straddling the Gold Coast Highway. This is represented by the map shown on the left of the screen, which shows existing and approved developments above or at 29 metres within a 500-metre radius of the site. The images of the right are the developments of the three closest to the subject site and exemplify the emerging character of the immediate area. To demonstrate how the development would sit within the context of the local area once it was constructed, the applicant has prepared the photo montages that you can see on the screen. Through these images, it's clear to city officers that the development will not dominate the local area and the adjoining sites and will be fitting for the existing character, importantly the desired future appearance under the city plan. The images, particularly the one on the top right, highlight the proposed retention of the existing Norfolk pine, and this retention of the tree reinforces the local character and the sense of place. Also, through its mature height and volume, it also serves to soften the proposed built form. The second test is in relation to the adjoining amenity and protecting the adjoining amenity outcome. As the site fronts three streets, there's only one neighbouring property to consider, that's located on the south. At the ground level of the proposed development includes a 2-metre acoustic fence along the majority of the length of this site, and it mitigates against noise and light spill from car movements and noise, obviously. And it's no different to any other regular good neighbour fence seen throughout the Gold Coast. Furthermore, as can be seen through the lower image of the neighbouring property, the living areas are elevated due to the Undercroft car park. So the key amenity areas of the neighbouring site will not experience the full height of this wall, including any portions. There's a small portion that exceeds the 2-metre mark. So, councillors, the key assessment for this application was the excellent standard of appearance and built form. And the image on the left was what was originally submitted as part of the change application. So it was essentially the code accessible tower with some additional units, floor plans included on top, with very little connection with the levels below. Through the assessment of the application, through an information request, officers advised the applicant that the outcome shown on the left did not achieve an excellent standard of design and would not achieve support unless a comprehensive overview of the design was undertaken. The applicant took note of this within the information request and it's gone away and worked on the design and proposed the one that's shown on the left there, sorry, the right, which is a much better excellent standard of appearance, which is achieved through its interesting ground level interface, heavily articulated facade, and fine-grained detailed and refined colour palette. So proposed development does result in a reduction of 4 units from the approved development. However, the proposed outcome still provides housing choice and affordability. This is achieved as the existing site currently includes 6 units. So once the construction of the subject site is finalised, the development will result in an additional 13 units being provided on the site. Through the number of units, although the number of units are being increased, the total number of bedrooms is actually increasing from 66 to 79, providing the opportunities for families or larger households to live on the site. 3 different dwelling typologies are also proposed, there being 3, 4 and 5 bedroom arrangements or with multi-purpose rooms, ensuring that more choice is provided through the local area. Finally, councillors, the responsibility of housing choice and affordability does not rest with one single development. It is a make-up of the local area and ensuring that a variety of housing options are provided to meet supply and demand. As shown on the screen, the proposed development will be located in an area that supports a wide mix of development and continue to support this mix through the proposed outcome. As the application was impact accessible, it was publicly notified. We received 21 submissions objecting to the development, 20 properly made and 1 not properly made. The submitters' objections are included on the slide on the screen, with majority of the commentary relating to how the development meets the uplift tests under 3.3.2.19. Councillors, in conclusion, the proposed development presents an outcome that meets all tests within the uplift provisions of the City Plan, making and improved changes to the approved development to do so and retaining the previous positive features of the early approval, such as the retention of the Norfolk pine. For these reasons and those detailed within the reports, the proposed development is recommended to be supported.
I'm going to take first question before I go to the floor. In the submissions around the suggested non-compliance with the uplift provisions, was that just a blanket, doesn't meet any of them, or was there specific criterion that the submitters raised?
So there were some blanket statements that it just simply didn't meet that, which we do experience that area. But some submitters raised concerns that the development would impact on the neighbouring property in relation to breeze and just the setbacks that were proposed. It would be
the uplift test, specifically to that part of the submission, is the criterion. Did they raise out of those 9 specific examples or issues with it?
Well, they don't go into the details of where like a planning assessment officer or a consultant would go into, but they made broader statements that are linked to those benchmarks. One of the comments was that there's too many towers in Palm Beach, and this development isn't supporting that local identity. But
so I think you've answered it. So no one in there went to the bother of saying it doesn't meet criterion 4 because it's not this, or it doesn't meet criterion 7 because it's not this. It was just a blanket statement.
Generally, yeah.
Yep. Questions from the floor? Councillor Young.
Not a question, just an observation, Chair. On slide 13, the prior slide, and in the document, it's misstated that one of the objections is that light rail has not been constructed and therefore it can be used to support the proposed development. Obviously, it should be cannot. So it's just a small correction. I'll leave it at that. Thanks.
Questions? Councillor Martin.
Thank you, and apologies, I've got a few questions on this one. I'm new to Planning Committee, but obviously when we talk about the 8-pass test of the specific outcome, 3.3.2.19 deals with a fair bit of subjectivity, but it is prefaced with that it may occur in limited circumstances. So as the preface to that test, could you tell me how many times the report notes that there's been 40 development approvals in the medium density area of Palm Beach, but how many times have we used the 50% uplift within that Palm Beach area? And at what point do we max out on limited?
Through you, Mr. Chair. This morning, officers have sort of been doing a tally up of all applications that have gone above the uplift, and at this point in time, there's at least 12 since the city plan, and 6 of those are right up to the full uplift, and the other 6 are more of a partial uplift that could be just 1 or 2 stories above the code assessment threshold. In response to your second part of the question, in limited circumstances, every application will be assessed on its merit. It's an evaluative process, and every application deserves a fair hearing and a fair assessment. So if every application meets the city plan, and specifically 3.3.2.19, we're actually, officers will recommend approval for that because it complies with the city plan. Applications that don't, categorically, we won't be providing a recommendation for support.
Roger, can I clarify the 12 you refer to, is that in a geographical area?
Yep. Through you, Mr. Chair, that is east of the Gold Coast Highway along Palm Beach.
Okay, that's right. So that does that answer your question, Councillor Martin?
It answers the question, but I wonder how then it could be limited circumstances if the interpretation is that it meets all the 8-part criteria. Essentially, every medium density block could have the 50% uplift, in which case there would not be a limited application of that criteria.
Through you, Mr. Chair, I'll respond to that by saying that to meet 3.3.2.19 is an extremely difficult process to go through, and if an application can meet it, officers will actually support it, and I'd like to think not every application will meet that test, and therefore that is, I think, the context behind limited circumstances.
So, sorry. Roger, I think maybe too, so while you pointed out there's been 12 in that geographical area, I can think of 3 or 4 in the last 12 months that have been refused or never got to committee because the applicant was just told you have no hope and they withdrew the application, and we don't necessarily have metrics on that, but I can definitely think in my time since I've sat in this chair and taken a much stronger interest in this that for every one that comes here for approval, I'm sitting in briefings on 1 or 2 that are getting knocked back because officers are just saying, no, it's not good enough and it doesn't meet this. But we don't have necessarily metrics on that of how many things we kill off earlier.
Yeah. Through you, Mr. Chair, fair point. This application itself in its early days wouldn't have been one of those. We would have recommended refusing it from the slide that Scott showed. That wouldn't have met the 3.3.2.19 test. So the Chair is quite correct. There are many applications that are made to the city in pre-lodgement meetings and discussions where officers just say to the applicant, forget about it. So you're only seeing the applications that have actually gone through a proper assessment, gone through the scrutiny, gone through officers really providing a robust assessment. So you're only seeing a small proportion of all the applications that are made.
Maybe, Councillor Martin, for you too, said, I have a very sneaky suspicion that a line of questioning like this occurred very early on in the previous term as well. And I don't have reference to be able to give you to it today, but there is definitely some court ruling around this as well where it's been raised in the planning court, and I think, if I'm correct, there might have been a couple of planning court judges that have said it's probably not a great thing to have in there because in the end, the planning court's decision is every application is assessed on its merit, that having things like limited in there just confuses people. Judges have made that fairly clear that as long as it's applied consistently, that's more important than a metric of limited, because is that limited to Jefferson Lane? Is that limited to a suburb? Is that limited to the entire Gold Coast? Like, it's an impossible thing to put a metric on, and isn't something we actually assess against. There's no criteria to put an expert report in saying what's limited. Like, there's no reporting behind that. There's no assessment of it of what limited is. What's more important? Every application is assessed on its merit on a site-by-site basis. But possibly keeping metrics of how many uplift tests we deny, even as an informal tally, might be a good thing for the future, because it's definitely something that the community has an interest in. Your next question, Councillor Martin.
So I understand, and correct me if I'm wrong, but the intent of that 50% uplift is to provide a greater benefit or greater amenity to the local community to offset the height. So it might be more open green space we achieve with Magnolia, or retail shops, or much lower site coverage to offset triggering that threshold for the height. Is that the case?
Through you, Mr Chair, unfortunately not. The 03 planning scheme, we used to have a plot ratio where to meet extra GFA to get higher, there would have to be some public benefit, and that could be upgrading further embellishments in a nearby park, or some public artwork, or some public benefit on a site. So under the city plan, unfortunately, we don't have that public benefit provision, something to possibly look forward to in a new planning scheme. But here it's pure... Thank you, Councillor Young. This planning scheme, it really is about ticking those 8 criteria under 3.3.2.19, and there may not be any public benefit that may be achieved, but there could still be compliance with 3.3.2.19.
Yeah.
Councillor Martin, is that...
I've got a few other
no, but that's so. I'm just thinking, so that we don't have to repeat these too often. So does that answer your question of what is assessed by officers against the current city plan versus maybe what an intent? And I'm not sure where that has come from because it's not referenced anywhere in the city plan.
Yeah, look, it answers the response around how the officers are assessing. I suppose our officers are also considering, obviously, in Palm Beach, we've had a few planning and environment court appeals that have been successful. And I think the most recent impact accessible application that went up at December was overturned. So are those numbers factored into what we've accounted for in the 50% uplift?
I'll take this one, Rog. So the latest one that was overturned was because one of the 6 properties that the developer had amalgamated withdrew from the process, therefore meaning the applicant couldn't proceed any further. So they withdrew it from the court. They withdrew from the process. It wasn't that it went to court and was decided our assessment wasn't correct. So just to clarify that one.
No.
And then the other one that happened beforehand, the Nexus, is that the Nexus one is the other one that often gets referred to. So yes, we lost that one in the Planning and Environment Court. But as has been pointed out, and this is possibly a briefing that we'll have organised for new councillors, that while we did lose that particular one in Planning and Environment Court, we've won a dozen others. To only look at one is dangerous. Case law in itself doesn't call for that. So one application that went to Planning and Environment Court where we lost, and since then the applicant's gone back and made a lot of changes and now got something through. But we've also had dozens of other ones go to Planning and Environment Court where the judges found that officers' assessment against the city plan and the uplift criterion was correct.
Thank you.
Yep.
So I just had some questions around, obviously, page 626, talking about waste bins. There's from the existing and code approval for this new impact change, there's been a halving of the waste bins. Is that due to the decreased dwellings and anticipated residents?
Through the chair, that's correct. So it was right on the threshold, and the previous application being at 23 units, but through the reduction, they just dropped below that threshold to have that extra.
And apologies. And also, I think page 681 regarding traffic, there were some reductions there around the driveway utilisation and impact on Jefferson Lane. And the officer's comments was that it was going to have a reduced impact given the, I guess, the reduced dwellings and thereby residents?
Through the chair, that's correct, Councillor.
So I suppose my question is around, we're obviously going up, but dwellings are going down. Noted that the bedrooms are going up, but 9 of those are multi-purpose rooms, could be studies or multimedia rooms. And I note that we are anticipating decreased residents living in the development. So I suppose, is there a concern that we are going up, but residents are going down?
Through the chair, as per my previous slide in relation to, I guess, housing choice and affordability, the number of units is going down, but we're still providing more dwellings that are on the site currently experienced. So there is still an actual increase to residential population of this site. In terms of the relationship with the number of bedrooms, we don't exactly know who will occupy each and every unit that's proposed here, but with the increase in number of bedrooms, it could facilitate more people being located on the site. But reality, Council, we don't exactly know.
Maybe Councillor Martin said there's nothing in city plan to assess that against, is probably a better part. So like, if we wanted to say we want you to put more dwellings in, we have no head of power to do that. So the amount of dwellings or the amount of bedrooms proposed is up to the applicant to put forward. We, as city officers assessing, or we as this political wing, don't have the ability to say, oh, we want you to put more dwellings into that. That's all applicant driven. There's nothing in city plan that says if you want to go higher, you have to provide more dwellings. It's at the applicant's discretion what they put forward.
Sure. Yeah, I understand. I suppose I understand that we're getting increased dwellings from the current units that are there, but the underlying approved code application that has been decided has greater dwellings. So by approving this, we will be endorsing a reduced amount of dwellings.
So I'd point to again that if I look at the case law around this, that judges will often look at dwellings and bedrooms combined, because dwellings as a number is only one metric. The judge would more likely lean to the fact there is more bedrooms available and a greater mix of dwelling topology available in there. And the judge again would rely upon the fact that there's no criterion in our city plan to assess against to say how many dwellings should have to be in a unit complex of this height.
Yeah. So my question on that point, are we exposed, if this were to go to appeals, given that we're assessing this against our city criteria for the city plan, but we have it in our mind that there's less residents because we've reduced waste, we've reduced the traffic impacts, so we are anticipating a lower amount of dwellings. Are we at risk by approving that?
At risk at a legal point of view?
Yeah, legal in terms of being overturned.
I'm happy for Mick to jump onto this, but my answer would be no, because we rely upon the officer's recommendation and their assessment against our city plan.
Through you, Mr Chair, I obviously can't comment on what a judge might say in court, but the outcome here, if this is approved, is that there will be 19 dwellings, which is increasing housing supply. Our city plan, through the residential density map, allocates, a density. So this is actually providing more density than that city plan map. So in my opinion, I don't think there's any real question or risk about are we doing enough to provide dwellings into the area. I think it's providing a good outcome in that respect.
Should I continue on mine? Thank you. On page 655, with the photo montages and apologies, 657, 600 through 659. The applicant draws attention to other approved DAs, which we did talk about before, about one of the references is to 1177 Gold Coast Highway, being close to the site, and so therefore this development application wouldn't be incongruous with the skyline. But just noting that number 11 is now no longer approved for whatever reason. So it draws a reference to that, but I feel like that somewhat could be misleading given that is no longer approved.
Yes, so through the Chair, do acknowledge that that appeal has been withdrawn, but at the time of writing and certainly at the time that these photo montages were being developed, that wasn't the case. That recent withdrawal it's been very recent and well before this information was prepared, Councillor.
Sure.
I do acknowledge what you're saying. However, I do note that the other 3 or 4 towers that are shown within that are still approved and under construction.
Yeah. Thank you. And that makes sense. So page 656, where we have the officers have prepared the map for the relevant other heights in the area. I noted that 117 is out of place, but nevertheless it's now 9 stories. So essentially within 4 blocks or 400 odd metres, there are no other
other development applications approved for over 10-storey. Probably the nearest is, Magnolia or the other alternative? Sorry, apologies. Is it Hemingway? Yeah, no, not 13th.
Sorry, Councillor, I get where you go with the question.
Yes,
Yeah, there are, in fact, there's item number 10, which is 154 Jefferson Lane. That had a height of 41 metres. It's located 315 metres from the subject site. There is also Magnolia, which is included there. Number 6, number 5 is, I think that's the Hemingway building, the pink building.
Yeah, Hemingway.
So they're both located, 365 for the Hemingway and 466 for Magnolia.
Yeah, so on that, so sort of 360 odd metres in a radius, there are no buildings beyond at the similar size. This would be sort of circa 10 metres higher, so 3 stories higher than any other approved development application in the area. Is that a concern with our skyline? It would be quite significantly higher.
Charges. Oh, thank you. Forgot to turn the microphone on. Through the chair, we've looked at the immediate local area, which I think is really well shown within these photo montages of the 3 neighbouring properties that are around 31 metres. So a 10-metre difference. So we have considered that immediate local character, and reviewing those plans and those images, we're comfortable with the proposed height that's being proposed.
So just to clarify, that photo montage there shows the DA. If the bottom left corner, the closest DA is no longer approved. So I feel like it's it's difficult for me to understand what the similar surrounds are when we've got a significant building there to compare.
So I take the top 2 then, Councillor.
Yeah, they're in both of those as well.
To try and elevate the question, Councillor Martin, so maybe the question would be that in your assessment against criterion X, whichever the one is about interesting and varied skyline, in your assessment against that, is the removal of that other application, if it went to court, likely to be tested? And then maybe that might be one that officers can answer a bit easier then?
Yeah, I'd agree. Thank you for that.
Through you, Mr Chair, in relation to what a defined character is, we've actually, on page 652, you'll see an orange rectangle. And that's been our defined character area. And within that rectangle, there's examples of going up to the full uplift. And I think it's really important to recognise that even though there may be a few hundred metres distance between buildings, that it's the same assessment benchmarks along the whole strip. And even though there may be not too many towers of this height, it's the same benchmarks. It's exactly the same assessment that we would do for the Hemingway, for the Regis, for 71, 73 Jefferson Lane, and all those other examples. And character through the courts, that rectangle I think is a fair analysis of what we believe the local character is. It can't be too narrow. The character's got to be quite a large area.
Which there's been a lot of, so to one of your previous questions about results of planning environment court decisions. So the Nexus one, that was one of the areas we got caught. We were too small in the geographical area we looked at. Judges made it very clear that, and they don't necessarily give us it has to be 500 metres for here or 600 metres from here. They rely upon experts to say this section of Palm Beach between this area and this area is the character analysis area. They don't give us you have to consider 100 metres or 200 metres. It's because that doesn't apply everywhere. In different areas, it might be a much smaller area. In other parts of the city, it may be a much bigger area that the character analysis sits inside.
Look, I'm specifically looking at 3.3.2.19B, being the well-managed interface, relationship and impact on nearby. So nearby, if that are officers considering that
area, which we've sort of circled in the middle of Palm Beach, because that essentially covers quite a significant distance to include the two northern Hemingway and the other one on the corner of 19th Avenue.
So, Matt, that area has been driven by court decisions, where we have been given some guidance from the court on what should be considered an appropriate area to consider in these things.
Yeah.
Mick, Roger, you happy with that response? That's fair? Yeah. Okay. But again, you point to nearby, it's subjective again. So nearby doesn't have a metric. There's no metric in the scheme with an explanatory note saying nearby means X metres. Nearby is subjective for a reason to allow these kind of conversations to occur. Yeah. Next question.
So the site is unique in that it has 3 access roads, which is unusual for a corner block. So I am just interested to see that it's only the southern side where there is actually neighbours has a 0 metre setback at the ground at floor. I suppose why did officers not to seek to have the 0 setback on either of the other streets, any of the 3 out of the 4, to lessen the impact on the southern neighbours?
So through the chair, that 0 metre setback for the southern properties in relation to the acoustic fence and some of the associated cabinetry for the actual development. It is screened by some landscaping and softened, and like I said in the presentation, the neighbouring site is positioned a bit higher, so they're really not going to be impacted by that ground level fence. In terms of pushing the development forward closer to either street frontages, be it 13th, Jefferson or Gold Coast Highway, it is slightly positioned closer to the 13th Avenue frontage than it is to the southern property, so that has been undertaken. But you still do need a good separation from the street, so you're not resulting in other impacts to the streetscape amenity and look a bit disjointed within the local character and context.
Thank you. Just on land...
Oh, sorry, did that response make sense to you?
It did, yes.
Okay, I'm just checking, because that... could I suggest to them maybe, and I don't... When next door is developed sometime in the future, obviously it's only got the 1 street frontage, so the logical location for it to join to is there, so that when it's developed in the future, we'd end up with those layers being at the joint boundary, instead of possibly if we pushed it the other way, and when the development happens on that site sometime in the future, you end up with a weird gap in between that doesn't really serve any purpose of where car parks slightly coming out of the ground will meet in the future. So there is a future element to it that it makes sense from a logical planning and building point of view.
Thank you. So on landscaping, obviously a unique feature is the Norfolk pine. I noted that officers have recommended a bond. So just wondering, if something happened to that tree, what would be the replacement cost of that tree if we had to put that back?
Through the chair, I'm not exactly sure of the exact cost of the replacement tree, but obviously the bond has been developed by our city arborists, who've informed us of what that price should be. So taking their guidance on what the appropriate figure would be.
Yeah. So through the chair, I'd consider that the 70,000 is not sufficient to cover the cost, and I wonder if there's similar. Obviously, I'm new to planning committee, so I haven't seen the previous bonds. But is that consistent with other similar important trees?
I can think of one particular tree in Southport where a higher bond was put in place.
I think it was 200, wasn't it?
Yeah, from memory. It is very much consistent with the appropriate size bond that we put everywhere else. Remembering that we're not suggesting that we would replace that tree with a tree that size. It's a cost to do it for a series of replacement trees somewhere else, most likely. But the bond, 70,000, is very consistent with what we normally apply. And I'd argue attempting to increase bonds isn't quite as effective as trying to work with the developer when they're in the building stage of having our expert arborists out there and assisting and giving guidance about tree root protection zones and whatnot. Is probably a way we're trying to work with applicants a little bit more, instead of using bonds as a big stick, a balance between the two. But it's definitely consistent in dollar value to what we normally apply on a tree of this significance.
Yeah. I suppose my concern is that it is significant, and like you mentioned, Chair, that it wouldn't be replaced like for like. So just really want to ensure that officers are confident what we've got in place will ensure that the tree would remain, given we are removing one whole one, and we want to keep that one there.
Yes, so through the Chair, this is obviously a change application. So that bond was set as part of the original code accessible application, and the bond and the building's relationship with that tree was certainly investigated, and city officers obviously were very comfortable with that. As part of the change application, I've assessed it from has that risk or changed at all, but given the setback is the same, it's the same tree, and the basement design hasn't changed, that I felt there's no need to change that bond.
Suggesting, Councillor Martin, it wouldn't be a reasonable or relevant condition for us to change. If challenged, I don't think we'd have a ground to stand on because it's already in place, and as pointed out, nothing's changed with the basement. So what grounds do we have to increase it, if that's possibly what you were thinking?
Yeah, exactly.
Next question.
I might, if you wouldn't mind going to fellow councillors, if I could reserve judgment to come back with another question if I...
Does anyone else have any questions on this one? Oh, back to Josh. Councillor Doran, you have a question?
I've got a question in relation to the car parking supply, particularly and that's outlined on page 626. The difference, we end up with 38 car parks for 19 units, and quite significant more bedrooms than that. And I wanted to understand how the ratio is applied, and then specifically in relation to how we determine the visitor car parks, because 4 visitor car parks for 19 units does, with very little street parking from what I can tell, in quite a busy beachside location, does seem to be low, and I'm concerned that given the amount of bedrooms approved, there may be quite a significant spillover of car parking into the residential streets, which those of us in the city that experience that now can be quite disruptive to everyday life.
So through the Chair, councillors, I refer you to page 691 and 692, which is the Transport Code Assessment against PO1 and AO1. Within that, it spells out the applicable car parking rates, and the acceptable outcome is 30 spaces, and the proposed development includes 38. So from a residential point of view, it meets that AO, as well as it does for the visitor space. It's 4 spaces, and the applicant is providing 4 spaces. It meets the acceptable outcome for the Transport Code.
Thank you. And just to confirm, as Councillor Young clarified earlier, that ratio isn't impacted by light rail considerations.
Through the Chair, that's correct. Yeah. No aspect of light rail is being considered as part of this application.
Question in relation to Councillor Martin's query around the Norfolk tree, and I note the bond conversation. Is there any penalties available to council if something were to happen to that tree over and above the bond, or is the bond essentially the penalty? Through the Chair, my understanding is the bond is really the penalty. Not too sure. I think during construction specifically.
Through you, Mr. Chair, there are also conditions of approval. So if the developer was found to be sort of breaching those, there are potential for penalties to be given. But we would, in this case, rely on that bond as the big stick, so to speak.
The possible financial penalties are quite minor compared to the size of the bond.
Okay. Yeah. And just a query in relation to the implementation of Roger 3.3.2.19. You're welcome. I welcome the comment you make about the appearance improvement of the changed proposal. I do, however, note that we would prefer they just come with better proposals to start with, rather than having to have it come through on a second round. I guess the query is in relation to the 50% uplift on section A, where it says a reinforced local identity and a sense of place. You reference the area that we refer to, and within that area is approvals or buildings that have already been subjected to the 50% uplift. So at what point is that circular? So we're now...
That's a good question.
So we're now using previous applications as a reinforced local identity that wouldn't actually have been there.
Might have actually reinforced the local identity.
Thank you, Councillor Tozer.
He answers that question. It's all right.
I was hoping it was rhetorical.
Councillor Gates.
Just one very quick question. Do we know how many of the units are 5-bedders?
Yes, through the chair, there's one 5-bedroom unit. The majority of the units are
So just
3-bedroom.
one. Thank you.
That's not accounting for the multi-purpose rooms, which could be included.
Councillor Tozer.
So the rhetorical question is actually quite interesting that Councillor Doran has asked. Is there actually a threshold? Like, Councillor Doran makes a really good point. As we continue to apply this 50% uplift based on reinforced local identity and sense of place, we actually, it might be perceived that we're changing the local identity and sense of place. Where is the threshold? Is there a mechanism? And who gets to make the subjective call? Is it the council that makes that subjective call, or is it you, Mr. Sharp?
Through you, Mr. Chair, look, I'm going to give you a very straight bat response. Every application will be assessed on its merits and it'll go through an evaluative process.
So but the point I'm saying is that this element of this uplift clause is actually not about its own merit. It's actually about the merit of the properties around it and the reinforced local identity and sense of place. To me, I think as a council, we need to raise that as a public issue and start talking about, okay, well, how do we actually make that threshold in order to give guidance to officers who are clearly making subjective decisions about reinforced local identity and sense of place. I know as someone who looks after Mudgeeraba, I've got no idea what the reinforced local identity and sense of place is in Palm Beach, but I bet you Councillor Martin has much different views, and then, you know, to me that's actually something we should, you've actually highlighted a really good point.
So I think you answered the question there too. We set it by what we approve. And what we don't approve.
And what's in the city plan.
Yeah.
There's such a subjective process that it would be pretty rare for us as a council to take, you know, Roger is, you know, he's the manager, but he'd take him to task and say, well, actually, I don't think it reinforces local identity and sense of place.
So there's quite an extensive piece in the report from the amenity experts about, and the office, our architecture office, in those references. I get the point you're making, I do, and
well, it's Councillor Doran's point. I just think it's well made.
So,
and we called it rhetorical, but there is actually substance to it that's beyond rhetoric.
So, understood. I mean, in the interest of time, Councillor Martin, questions?
So just wanted to confirm so currently there's 6 dwellings on the site, but the code application that exists is approved, and this impact, we are going up, but I just wanted to confirm the additional number of bedrooms that is above the code application.
So through the chair, yes, it's going up, but there is a change to the floor plates of pretty much all of the levels proposed. So that has altered the number of units down to 19, but the bedrooms, because of that change in floor plate, going from predominantly 4 units per floor plan to 2 per floor plan, resulting in more bedrooms. It's going from 66 to 79.
Yeah, and so how many of those increased dwellings are the multi-purpose rooms, which may not actually be dwellings?
So through the chair, each unit has a multi-purpose room. Yeah. So it'd be 19.
Look, and I would just, I know we talked about the rhetorical question, but I know the officers did talk about, I suppose the biggest challenge for me to wrap my head around, given I have just recently done a straw poll of the entire division, is the reference to emerging character as opposed to the character. It strikes me that emerging could be quite manufactured by us in the interpretation of the approvals. I do note that in the reference area of the 12 development applications that we are comparing against, 2 have the approved uplift, so 2 out of the 10. So I suppose interested in your view around how, I suppose if we're working on odds, 2 out of the 12 have similar heights, how that is consistent with the character of the area. It would strike me that would be very limited
Through you, Mr Chair, I might answer this one if you don't mind, Scott, but just to add a bit of context, our city plan, and some of the councillors who were around when it was crafted might remember the go, no-go zones. So our city plan does direct some change and growth in certain areas. One of those areas is urban neighbourhoods. This area is in an urban neighbourhood, so the intent here is not to preserve the character that's already there. It's an area identified for growth, and the way we kind of assess that is to go through those 3.3.3.219, go through all those tests and criterion for the impact application. So there is no hard and fast criteria to answer the question about, you know, at what point do we stop or what point do we reach a limit. Each application has to be assessed against those criteria. So what we can be definitive on is say, well, for code DAs that are under the 29 metre heights, we've actually got prescriptive metrics which give a clear answer on that. But in the context of a city plan which identifies urban neighbourhoods as a growth area, the test for each application for things that go over height is the criteria. And part of that is not simply sticking with what's existing on the ground as something that needs to be preserved and retained. It's a growth area, so there will be an emerging character that evolves.
Understand, and that does make sense. I just suppose I find it difficult to relate that back to 3.3.2.19. So a reinforced local identity and sense of place. That criteria doesn't reference an emerging criteria. It references the local identity. And so nowhere in this specific outcome does it talk about future growth or future emerging character. So I'm finding it difficult to say that it meets that. Or how did you assess? How do officers relate it back to that specific outcome if we are adding the emerging character?
Through you, Mr Chair, so that criterion is part of the urban neighbourhoods framework in the strategic framework. So when you read the urban neighbourhoods provisions in their entirety, it actually identifies it as an area for change and transition. So you have to read it in context of the intent for that.
Which is quite often where our submitters don't understand that part. They read the one criteria and then struggle to understand what it means. When read in a greater context up into the strategic framework, it doesn't give prescriptive metrics, but it does give a little bit more about what it actually means. Other questions?
Just to wrap up, I suppose it might not be these officers' space, but it strikes me that the 50% uplift is terribly confusing and subjective, and I wonder your thoughts whether it would be better taken out of the new city plan in this area.
Through you, Mr Chair.
Alicia can go first.
Councillor Martin, I think it is absolutely something that's on our list to review and discuss with the council as we go through the new planning scheme.
But in the meantime, it is part of city plan and must be assessed against, and we have to make our decisions in a balanced approach to that. Any further questions? In that case, anyone looking to move the item? I'll move the item. Seconder, Councillor O'Neill. So we don't have a lot of time left to wrap this up, so I'll keep this rather short. First of all, thank you to officers. That's an extensive amount of questions, possibly not directly related to this assessment, but in a broader context. And we appreciate you taking the time to answer those questions for our new councillors and help them understand how your assessment happens and the challenges that you go through every day trying to assess against some subjective criteria in our planning scheme that can be improved in the next one. I think here, Jefferson Lane, Palm Beach, from memory, the last 3 applications that we've dealt with on Jefferson Lane have had maybe 1,200, 1,500 and nearly 2,000 objections. This one had 20. 20 objections, like unheard of in Palm Beach in recent times for a tower development, for an uplift test. What I'd like to take away from that is that I hope that's the Palm Beach community saying that they see a very high quality outcome in this building. while they may have not have delved into it, this is one where from the code accessible application to what's come through the impact assessment, we have greater setbacks. I think we have a far superior landscaping outcome. To see ground floor units being removed so that we get sight lines through and get the opportunity for that presentation from the street and for more landscaping is an exceptional outcome. While I enjoyed the conversation about, is it the right thing that it's got less dwellings? It has got more bedrooms, and again, I'd make the point that's not for us to consider. That's applicant driven. It's compliant on car parking. It actually has 8 more car parks than what the acceptable outcome would call for. And while I had no problem with the code accessible building, I think it's a good quality building. I would happily argue with anyone that what we've got here in terms of the impact accessible building is a far superior architectural and built form outcome, one that sits on a fairly prominent site going into Palm Beach and Jefferson Lane that I hope the community, assuming it gets built, the community would be proud of. So I'm very happy to support this application. Anyone wishing to speak against the officer recommendation? Councillor Martin.
I do want to thank the officers and this room for allowing me to ask questions, being a new councillor to committee. I struggle to support it because of the specific outcomes. I think we've gone up in height without the community benefit. We've decreased dwellings, we've increased density, we've got marginally increased site cover on the ground level, but we've increased site cover overall. So I think we're hitting the drawbacks without the benefit, unlike the Surfers Paradise approval that I mentioned, where we were getting increased benefit for increased height. Officers make recommendation to emerging character. I can assure you that I've sampled the majority of my electorate, and in fact they compel me to stand against the use of the 50% uplift where it doesn't have a greater community benefit. I think the existing code approval has a greater housing benefit, which is referenced in Clause E, housing choice and affordability. We've essentially removed all 2-bedroom apartments and we've put 3 and 4 and 5, which is increasing pricing. I know that through my engagement with the community, it doesn't reference the local identity and sense of place. It would be incongruous in the skyline, being 3 stories higher than anything almost 400 metres away. I think lastly, I'd just add that I think we are also increasing by approving these with the 50% uplift. We are also manufacturing the increase of the land cost of other developments, which in turn is going to fuel housing and affordability. So for that, that's the reason I'm speaking against it.
Councillor Martin, a question for you. What's the community benefit? You keep referring to community benefit, and I'm struggling to understand when you say that what it actually means in a context.
Yeah, where we talked about approving the 50% uplift in limited circumstances, and I'd draw reference to even the item of Magnolia where there was larger, the site coverage was far lower, I think around 25%. There was additional green open space or other approvals that have had retail benefits. So I'm struggling to support the uplift, but decrease the supply.
Yeah. Don't know if I necessarily agree. Like, is community benefit the fact that someone's going to spend $200 million and create 100 jobs during construction?
I suppose I'd draw the attention to the existing underlying code approval has greater dwellings, and with the 2-bedroom apartments, and I'm sure, I know we can't make assessments on the price point, but I would assume the 2-bedroom apartment is more affordable than the 3 and 4 and 5. So I think the main issue for me is the increase in height, but the price point is going up and the supply is going down. So,
yeah. So I'm interested too, because you make the point about local identity. Mm-hmm. So what is the Palm Beach local identity?
I think the Palm Beach local identity is the mapped building height, and I deliberately stayed away from the resolution that was unanimous around the lowering of heights in Jefferson Lane to the 17 metres, because I understand that hasn't been accepted by the state. But the view of the community is that the mapped building overlay height of the 29 metres is the expectation and the identity of the area, save for some limited circumstances where there's 2 up near 19th Avenue, 2 legacy items down near Lacey's, where those developments, and I'd probably steer away from the legacy ones down at Lacey's because they are so old and not really relevant, but the items on 19th Avenue that provided greater benefit to the community to offset the 50% uplift.
So you'd agree that there's, in saying that the community accepts the mapped outcome of 29 metres, that they're open to emerging growth through the area?
I think the community, and I would get behind good quality developments. I mean, I would acknowledge this is a better looking facade, no question. And I would love to see that facade on the existing code approval that increased our dwelling numbers and stayed within the 29 metre height. I think the community would have no issue with approving developments at the mapped height. They just want certainty, which is the main issue with the 50% uplift.
Which they're never going to get because we don't have a prescriptive planning scheme or prescriptive legislation to work under.
Yeah.
You know, I've always found that reference difficult. Like we approved this height as a community. No, you didn't. You approved a city plan in 2016 that had a mapped height, which only means one thing in a framework. Like this isn't a new thing that was added to a planning scheme. This went through community consultation, was endorsed by the community at that stage. While it may have taken 5 or 6 years for it to come into effect down there, if people actually are seeking the uplift test. Anyway, anyone else wishing to speak for the application?
Chairman, I'd just like to make a couple of comments, if I may. The 50% uplift was actually introduced to give certainty in many ways. It was to put an absolute height limit in place by saying, yes, we can, if you meet all of these conditions, you can go 50% higher. But we've not gone over that. It has been an absolute and defined increase in height that everyone knows exists. So that was just something that I wanted to mention, that there was an element of providing certainty that went into that decision, and it hasn't been all bad. There's been instances where it's been great because there has been community certainty about the height. I also wondered if the director might just explain, for the benefit of the new councillors, the court's definition of housing affordability. It's not the dollars that you pay, it's the opportunities, if I might just suggest
of course.
that.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Gates, and Rog might explain this better than me, but there has been recent court cases where we have looked at housing affordability, and it's not necessarily in the sense of a pure dollar, it's in the availability of housing choice in that locality as well. That's sort of where we got to, Rog, isn't it?
Through you, Mr Chair, the Executive General Manager's spot on. It's got to be read in conjunction with housing choice. So the term housing affordability, that's a different issue. This is housing choice and affordability. And how it's been explained to officers via the courts and legal advice is that you might have a dwelling in Palm Beach or a dual occupancy, and that might be $3 million. And by getting an apartment might be 1.5 million, ground floor. So that is, there's more affordability options for people to come into Palm Beach, and that is what's meant by housing choice and affordability. It's not affordable housing.
And the courts clearly define that in one of our recent judgments.
Thanks.
Anything else, Councillor Gates? Otherwise, come to Councillor O'Neill.
It's fine.
I'll be very brief, Chair. I do agree with our architectural team who said that they considered this to provide an excellent standard of appearance of the built form and street edge. But really what really impressed me was the decrease in site cover on the ground level and the increased landscape. I'd actually would really welcome that with some of the developments in my area, that we haven't seen that happen with the increase in height. So I thought that was a really, really good outcome. And I just want to throw in, just for Councillor Martin's benefit, out of the 12, and I was around with that, probably 12 of those uplifts were approved. Probably what started off with the original plans, we did not finish. the same. They would have been amended plans. They would have made quite a few changes to actually get the tick off that criteria. So, and that certainly has happened in my area. And I do and some of the residents who make objections don't realise that it doesn't end up how it started out, that our team here really hold them to making sure that they get more benefit and a better outcome of the built form. So maybe if you just go and have a look at some of those, you'll see that there was some difference. Thanks.
Anybody else? Good. So, Councillor Doran.
Thank you, Chair. I note all the comments made, but I won't be recommending or supporting the recommendation today. And I note the comments and concerns of Councillor Martin. But my hesitancy around supporting this is specifically around three items. The one is the height increase, which I note, but the height increase into 41 metres, but to only supply 13 dwellings, I feel, whilst I note the comments around the city plan, I feel is not a great use of the uplift. I note what I mentioned before in my rhetorical question, that there is a circular nature to these approvals that are used to therefore reinforce what Councillor Martin is referencing as a reinforced local identity, because the identity is established by the construction of built form as well as other forms of aspects of our life that creates an identity. But the main issue I have, and I note that it's sufficient with the city plan, but it's a personal concern, is around 79 bedrooms and 38 car parks and only 4 visitors car parks at a beachside location with no light rail and very little street parking. Now, I note it's conforming, I do, but we have seen examples of conforming DAs that result in significant on-street parking in other areas without light rail and with insufficient public transport that creates quite a burden on the community, but also on the use of active transport lanes for car parking around built form. And for that reason, and to note the position of Councillor Martin, I won't be supporting this today or recommending this today. Thanks.
Anybody else? Very good. So I'll close. Interesting conversations today. I'm having a lot of flashback moments to 4 years ago, to being in a similar position as our new councillors, of coming to the challenge of understanding the balance between community expectation and community desire versus assessment of a statutory document, and then the added level of, you know, if this is refused by council, of a challenge and appeal, and understanding your place in amongst all of that. So that's been very interesting. I thought really well done today. For me, after being in this committee and our chair for this period, while I'll be supporting it today, is more on the side of the assessment against the statutory document. So I appreciate Councillor Doran's concerns about car parking, but that's not a legal ground to stand on. It's compliant with the acceptable outcome. Most applications in most areas would seek a performance outcome. They wouldn't even meet the AO outcome. They'd be proposing something else. To have an AO outcome with 8 extra car parks available is pretty rare. So I don't have a problem with the car parking side of things. The height side of it, that's an interesting conversation around when the uplift test was conceived, and very much to Councillor Gates' point, it was to put a brake on the max heights. You know, we weren't in a housing crisis at that stage. I'd argue we were. We've been on the trajectory for a while, but that wasn't a thing at that point. But now to have community feedback, and I think feedback through 2 new politicians in the room around, well, yeah, we're not against the idea of height, but we want to see dwelling with it. Again, I don't hate that conversation, and a new planning scheme might be able to look at it. But at this time, there is no criterion at all in the planning scheme, either in this uplift test or in any other strategic framework, where us considering, is that appropriate, that more height should equal more dwellings? That's not something we assess against, it's not something we ever measure against, and it's not something I have a legal ability to hold against. What we do have is an uplift application that has been assessed against the 9 subjective criterion, and everyone admits that they are subjective. They're subjective on purpose. In this circumstance, for the extra height, we have got a skinnier building through reduced setbacks. We have got a superior landscaping outcome. I really think the removal of that ground floor unit and what that has done on the corner of the property in terms of what that building will look like and how it's seen from the street is quite a dramatic and superior change. I do acknowledge it's less dwellings, but it is more bedrooms. And for me, it's kind of one or the other. I'm not too concerned about that. It's compliant with car parking, and it is a far superior looking building to what was a pretty good code applicable building. So for that, I would encourage committee members, especially new councillors, to think on the balance of what the community's desire may be in changes to a future planning scheme versus officer assessment against a legal statutory document and the implications of an appeal against these kind of things. Big thing to grapple with, and you're going to grapple with it for a lot of months to come and a lot of years to come, hopefully. But I would encourage councillors to support this application and support the highly detailed and the highly professional assessment against the planning scheme by our DA assessment section. I will close debate there and we'll call a vote, and I'll call division. All those in favour? Councillor Hamill, Councillor Fowler, Councillor Gates, Councillor Patterson, Councillor O'Neill. Against? Councillor Young, Councillor Martin, Councillor Doran. The recommendation is supported. Officers, thank you for that one. Greatly appreciated. That moves us to item 6.7. I think Councillor Tozer has a couple of quick questions on this one. Yep. Yeah, that was... We welcome Phil back to the lectern for round two. So I don't know if we need a presentation on this or if there's just questions from Councillor Tozer. So I'd go to Councillor Tozer for questions.
So this is a dual occupancy and it's on a corner block. It really meets all the relevant criteria for dual occupancies, but through the process of consulting with officers, they provided me lots of different information at different times. I got some feedback from the broader community, and the main issue that members of the community said, and they're generally not supportive of dual occupancies, and I appreciate that is not what the city plan represents, but they asked me to fight for trying to make sure that the outdoor deck area actually imposes impact. Just back one slide. The outdoor deck area actually imposes the impact that is proposed on the other dwelling in the dual occupancy instead of the properties up the street who have been there for many, many years. So this is the corner. And my question to the officers is, when we posed the idea of a mirror image where the deck in the top right-hand corner was, instead of looking into the backyards of the existing residents, just looking down the hill onto dwelling B, what did the applicant say? And what was preventing us from forcing them to do that switch?
Through you, Mr. Chair. If we were to put the deck on the other side, in officer's opinion, that would be a complete redesign of the house, and it's not something that the applicant has actually put in their application. And the test is reasonable and relevant conditions. So in response to the submitter's concerns, officers have recommended 3 conditions. Conditions are relating to landscaping on that northern boundary, to have vegetation that grows to a height of 3 metres, to drop the foundation supports of dwelling A so it sits less into the site, so dropping it by 400 millimetres, and also additional screening on that deck. So with those 3 recommended conditions, they will, in our opinion, alleviate the concerns of the submitters to the north. In relation to flipping dwelling A so the deck is facing dwelling B, will probably result in unintended consequences of privacy and amenity concerns on dwelling B. We don't believe that...
Which is part of the dual lock, right?
It is part of a dual lock, but there are amenity and privacy impacts that will actually eventuate. We don't believe that that's what the applicant applied for. We don't believe it's a reasonable and relevant condition that we could recommend to you today.
I get it. I'm happy to speak against it when you're ready for it. No, there was really that. I wanted to make sure there was a record of us asking that question, because I actually think it seems reasonable, but we'll argue that later.
Yep. So we'll come to questions, and I had Councillor Patterson first and Councillor Doran.
I've just got a comment on that. The only place you want a deck is north facing, because if it was actually on the other corner, no one would ever sit on that deck. So there is that as well.
Comment noted. Councillor Doran.
The Southwest and beautiful Hinterland views might disagree with Councillor Patterson, but I'll take that on notice.
A question in relation to the requirement is for an 800 square metre block that it would be split into 400, minimum 400 size, and this is 377 square metres. Theoretical question for the room. At what point is it deemed unacceptably small from 400?
This is a big question. Don't even start me. Yeah.
The question's...
No, it's a good question, and I know one Councillor Tozer has definitely teased out in this before, but Roger, for the sake of new councillors, would you like to provide an answer about when we split 800 blocks, that it's not a defined 400 number?
Through you, Mr Chair, this is in the low density residential zone. It's a corner lot, and within the low density residential zone on corner lots, there's some locational concessions. So it's where we prefer to see dual occupancies, because you can actually address both street frontages. 773 square metres, Phil? Yeah, so it's 23 square metres short of what would be an actual code assessment outcome. So this wouldn't have even come to you. This would have been code accessible if they had 23 square metres more. In relation to applications for dual occupancies that are smaller, we see applications of 550 to 600 square metres on corner lots that are well presented, well designed, and officers will look to support those. It's quite interesting that these only apply to dual frontage or corner lots or sites that are within 400 metres of large centres. You won't get officer support for dual occupancies on smaller lots where they're not dual frontage or within 400 metres of centres. So you're not going to get a whole lot of these sort of applications. They'll really only apply on corner lots.
So acceptable outcome, if you've got 800 split in half, code accessible. But there's nothing precluding, nothing to subdivide, nothing precluding someone putting in a performance outcome to go above it, which is where I know typically the one is what's the road width available at the front, so the minimum 10 metres so that you get a proper driveway in and it can sit one car out the front properly, and that the tree can be planted to break it up, and then depth and setbacks comes into it. But there's no set number of how small it can go. And we are seeing applications come in on smaller and smaller corner lots, especially in Palm Beach. No other questions? Very good. A mover for this one? Keep looking at Councillor Fowler. She's not on the record yet today. Okay, so moved by Councillor Gates, seconded by Councillor Fowler. Councillor Gates, do you wish to speak, or are you happy to defer straight to Councillor Tozer?
Very briefly, just to say that there can only be a gentle scattering of this type of development in the low density res area, and that's the term that is used in the scheme. So they're not going to happen on every corner, and the lot size is of no concern to me whatsoever. As I've mentioned, there's far smaller lot sizes for detached dwellings in the north of our city. But what I would like to just say, not specific only to this application, but in terms of the character of all of our low density areas, they are changing and they will change. And new councillors might not know that I've been the representative on the SEQ Planning Committee, which is attended by the mayors of the region and was previously chaired by the now Premier. And there's no doubt in my mind that unless we endorse and support subtle changes in our low density area, we will have much larger changes foisted upon us that will be not well accepted, possibly by our community. So where we have the opportunity to provide a dual occupancy like this in a low density area with good strong conditions that consider the amenity of the neighbourhood, I think it's a very positive thing.
Councillor Gates, I can very much tell you on the back of a recent court decision we will be getting rid of the gentle scattering from our next planning scheme because the judge just slammed us for it. But outside of that, agree with what you said. Councillor Tozer.
Thank you, Councillor Hamill. Look, I think Councillor Gates' points are well made, and frankly, there is no doubt that for us to meet the population growth and dwelling targets that are set for us by the state, these sorts of outcomes are going to have to happen. And I'm not principally opposed to this application. I've been happy to talk to local real estate agents and local property investors at times to say that corner lots are acceptable for this sort of outcome. What I feel most frustrated about, and at council I'll vote against the motion on the basis that I just disagree ideologically that the switch of that mirror image is reasonable, and the officers are clearly of the view that they think it's an unreasonable request. I think it is actually a reasonable request. Had we dealt with it a lot earlier in the game, I think it would be a reasonable request. I appreciate the design process got to a stage where we are, but they built that house, dwelling B, on that lot entirely before they lodged this application, and had we caught that earlier, and I did actually catch that quite early, but I think it actually was a matter of the timing of when we raised that rather than it being reasonable or not. Frankly, the impact of dual occupancies like that should be on one another, on each of the dual occ residency or dwellings that are on the lot, not on the surrounding area. Where it is possible to come up with a better outcome, it should impact the two dwellings and not the surrounding area from an amenity point of view, from a noise point of view. And whilst I appreciate the council officers have done their best to talk at some length with the applicant about landscaping and bushy trees to stop the visual amenity, I think the idea of this is truly, we talked about these high rises of 1,300 dwellings in Surfers Paradise and affordable housing, and we did the Palm Beach with 5-bedroom homes on the beach. That's not affordable housing. This is going to be affordable housing. This is actually the kind of development that actually allows people to get into the market. And it's important for us to get a good noise amenity outcome, because there's going to be, babies being nursed on that deck. And that's the sound that's going to be happening in that space. Well, the point I'm trying to make is that there's going to be noise of young families. There's affordable housing here, and it's going to be a very affordable lot in an existing area that is, 60, 70 years old. And frankly, we could have come out with a better amenity outcome. And I do think my request earlier in the game to switch that mirror image so that open deck faced onto the dual occupancy was reasonable, and it's on those grounds that that element of the condition that I'll vote against it at council.
Anyone else wish to speak on this one? Councillor Gates to close. Very good. So we'll take the vote. All those in favour of the officer recommendation? That is approved unanimous. Thank you, officers. That takes us to 6.8. Councillor Young, do you have questions on this one?
Yes.
Yes. And is there a need for, can we go straight to questions, and if there's a need for anything else we can?
I don't think we need a presentation personally, but I'd just like to draw attention to the complaints that have been made about this property, the approval was granted when I was out of council. I don't understand how it was granted. It's a completely inappropriate location, in my opinion, to have a wedding facility, and it has caused a lot of distress to local community, and that's evident by the number of complaints I've received, including visitations from residents who've been really traumatised and very much upset. And the principal problem that we have with this, Mr Chairman, is that with the approval that was granted, it relied upon a noise impact assessment that sought to address, measure noise with relation to the speaker, so 1 metre from the speaker, rather than at the point where you might be receiving the noise, like in your house next door. So it's virtually impossible to police this effectively. And so my question is, can officers please give us advice before the council meeting as to whether or not we can modify the instrument that is that dictates how we can assess acoustic impacts? As I say, it's currently, and it's addressed on page 848, bottom paragraph, Mr Chairman.
Councillor Young, can I just check your comment about it being approved when you went here? You mean when you weren't elected, or?
Correct. When I was,
sorry, just I wasn't.
When I was out of office for a while.
Okay, so that answers that part. And then could an officer give an answer to what would have to happen for us to make adjustments to the current conditions in regards to acoustics?
I'm on. Through the chair, councillor. I think the short answer is no. We wouldn't be able to either impose additional conditions or change the conditions. On the proviso, the only caveat on that is if they come in for a minor change, we may be able to look at additional conditions or changing them, but they'd still have to be reasonable and relevant conditions. So we are somewhat limited in terms of what we can do with the minor change application. When I say somewhat limited, quite limited. But in the first instance, we'd need an application from them to change the approval.
I understand that. I wonder if the EGM would take it on board and perhaps ensure that's the real position, that there's just no latitude for us at all before council. Do you mind,
through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Young, happy to do that. So we'll go through everything and make sure that we've exhausted all options, but do support what Jason just said.
Thanks very much. I'm sure Jason's right, but I'd like him to be wrong. Thanks. So there was also an unlawful building on the site, and then that had to be rectified and stopped. The work had to be stopped, and then an approval was sought and gained. So there's been a number of issues. It's the issue of toilets being visual, about the odor, the septic system failing and causing a lot of disamenity to nearby residents, and so on and so forth. So it's chewed up a lot of officer time, and it's caused a lot of distress. But that being said, we're stuck where we are, and I'll move the officer's recommendation, Chair.
Very good. I assume you don't need to say anything else to it, Councillor Young?
Thank you.
And no one else has wishing to speak on it? All in favour? Carried. Unanimous. Councillors, that leaves us with one item. It's obviously a fairly important item, so I'm wondering if you would like a 5-minute toilet break before we get Catherine to go through it. Yeah, so strictly 5 minutes toilet break. Let's be back here at 12:41.
We're back from our short break at 12:41 on the dot as promised. That takes us to our last item of the day, 6.9, over to our Madam EGM.
Thank you, Mr Chair and councillors. This is our last item today. I'll just set it up and then I'll hand over to Catherine. So we did come to you at the end of last year, specifically talking about the review that had been done on our city plan. This report that you have today, you might be looking at it thinking it's missing some things, and it absolutely is. So I think as an overview at the start, we were hoping by this point we would have had some certainty from the state government in relation to the alignment amendments they're wanting us to do for the SEQ alignment. We haven't got that yet, so we are aware it is getting closer. So the report is missing that content. So I do apologise. We've tried to make it as easy to read as possible and as clear as possible. What we're hoping to do, and you'll see it in one of the resolutions, is that when we get that certainty from the state government, and Councillor Hemmel and I have a meeting next week as well, which may give us some more certainty, is come back with a report. And what we're hoping to do with that is do a fuller overview of what the city plan work program is in that team, and then also what resourcing we'll need to complete that SEQ alignment amendment. So if we can park that to the side at the moment, the only update I can really give you on that at the moment is we've still been having discussions. Catherine and I have met with them in person since we sent the correspondence on the 29th of January. We have had a meeting with all of the planning directors in SEQ with the state, and we're advised that they're coming back to us at the point of this writing this report. We were getting closer to a meeting that's pretty close to being set up now. And then in the meantime, we've also had a request to Councillor Hemmel and I for a meeting, which we're doing next Wednesday. So that leaves us with today's report. So what Catherine will go through it, and we're happy to do a presentation or just answer questions. What this report is outlining the steps for us, particularly over the next 12 months, and then what happens from that 12 months forward. You'll see there is figure 1 in the report that does detail the stages. There is so many unknowns with certainty on this process as well, so we've tried to do our best to articulate that, but you'll see the focus for us really is getting an absolutely exemplary community engagement through this period, understanding what the scope is for us so that then we're set up to do the Section 18 notice, which is required by the state government to commence that planning scheme. Bless you, Councillor Patterson. What I also want to do, just while I've got the opportunity, is I'll just introduce Trina Bristow, who's come across, you would have known Trina from our LGIP team. Trina's come over to be our program manager for the planning scheme and a couple of other projects in our department. So we're fortunate to have Trina in that position now, and Trina will be leading that project management aspect as well. We're also in recruitment at the moment for the manager who will lead the planning scheme, and they will be the person driving that through our teams as well. So we're starting to get the team set up. Once we get this certainty from the state government, we'll be able to align our resources a lot better too, but there's a lot of plans that we've got. We're just waiting to get that certainty. So I'll hand over to Catherine now. Catherine will go through this report, and obviously happy to answer any questions. Thanks, Catherine.
Through the chair, good afternoon, councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to present on the new planning scheme. That's not a great start. New planning scheme and the local growth management strategy. I will actually skip past the next slide because Alicia has quite nicely summed up where we are with our current work program, but also things that remain outstanding. So in terms of the city plan review, as some of you may be aware, we did undertake the review from mid-2003 down out to late 2023. The findings essentially said that whilst the planning scheme was structured well and it had good policy guidance, it had essentially become dated, which is why as a city we need to prepare a new planning scheme. It also identified that there were some changes in the state policy, and including the regional plan, that we needed to realign our scheme, and in so doing it would be a major body of work, and that the opportunity was actually to prepare a new scheme rather to continue to amend city plan. So essentially the decision in December was to prepare a new planning scheme to replace city plan, but also more importantly to prepare a local growth management strategy to guide the preparation of the new scheme. So looking at the task ahead, we are planning for a population that will exceed 1 million people by the time we reach 2046. This means that we need to plan for a further 388,000 dwellings across the city to support this growth. And in so doing, we also need to look at making sure that our infrastructure, so the networks that we provide, road, water, sewer, parks, is aligned to support this growth. Also talking to the state government about making sure that their infrastructure, hospitals, schools, continues to align with this growth. Making sure that there's jobs for our residents and future generations so that they're actually also matched with the housing profile. And continuing to protect our lifestyle and community. It's something that people choose to move to the Gold Coast for. And resilience and natural environment are extremely important as well, given that we are a city built on a coastal plain and then backed by mountain ranges. So the work to date has been looking at opportunities to essentially forward to undertake early engagement with our community is probably one of the key recommendations that we've taken away from our major update 2 and 3 and also our work on our city plan program to date with the amendments is that there's a need to talk to the community early in the policy setting phase outside of the process that we get to a statutory amendment side of things. What you'll see is that there is a strong relationship between the local growth management strategy and the planning scheme, and that is an intended outcome because we want the local growth management strategy to place council in a position to have an open and conversation with the community that is also tailored to putting information out there that is a level that everyone can comprehend. As planners, I'll be the first to sort of speak to the fact that sometimes we can be quite jargonistic. We want to have a genuine conversation with the community. We want to unpack with them what growth looks like in their neighbourhood, what growth looks like in the city, and how that can be managed and what the planning scheme will do, and also what the local growth management strategy and the 20-year vision will do for the city. It will also prepare a local growth management directions paper, which will essentially be almost like a community vision for the Gold Coast for the next 20 years about how we will continue to grow and also balance the requirements of that growth. It's the first time that this council has done this style of community engagement as well. We are looking at opportunities to do things differently, and you'll probably hear me say that a number of times whilst we present to you on our projects, is because we appreciate what councillors have said, but we also appreciate what the community says. What we've just got working through at the moment, as you'll see on the screen, is actually the process is to engage a bespoke community engagement team to look at helping us do that. We are still working through the details of what that will look like, and we will come to you with further updates once we resolve that, but that really is a key change for us. And that outcomes from that work will also be used to guide the preparation of the planning scheme. So the diagram that Alicia referred to as figure 4, it's also attachment 4 in your agenda reports, talks to the process that we will be going through for the next 3 years. What you'll see is that the local growth management strategy, being this part on the screen, really does dovetail into the preparation of the new planning scheme. It's also important because it's a non-statutory part of the process, which means that as a local government, we can do what we believe to be in the best interest of consulting with the community, and we're not bound by the requirements of the Planning Act or the Minister's Guideline and Rules, which sets expectations on how to undertake engagement, and also expectation on what themes can be covered. You'll also see that we're looking to use the LGMS to actually identify and prepare the Section 18 notice. So rather than coming to you now with a draft notice that we know that we would need to amend in the future, we've decided to basically wait for that process to occur and then come with a more resolved position on the key focus areas for the community, council and industry moving forward that will form the focus for the new planning scheme preparation. So the local growth management strategy, it really is looking at having conversation with the community about the values for growth and city design. It's talking about the physical constraints that as a city we need to plan for. It will look at allocation of growth and activity across the council. We know that we're not a city that is consistent. We are a polycentric city, which means that we have different character, we have different levels of activity, and that's what we need to plan for. It will also look for new areas to make sure that there's always opportunities for housing and also commercial focus, because as a city and as a region, industrial land and also land for employment is becoming more scarce. So they're things that we need to consider in managing our growth moving forward to support our council area, but also support the region as a support region. And as I also said, infrastructure and land use planning, we are trying to align them more to make sure that the growth is supported by infrastructure planning. Infrastructure is also an enabler to supporting growth for the community as well. And when I talk about infrastructure, yes, it is the things that are delivered through the LGIP, but it's also things that council can do through projects like city placemaking or active transport upgrades that sit outside that program of work. So the process to prepare the new planning scheme is on the screen. What you'll see is what I've actually called out as the work that we're going to be doing for the next 12 months, which really does start to set the scene for preparing the new planning scheme. As I said, it will identify the key focus areas that we will work through in preparing the new scheme. It will involve a lot of work from officers, basically looking at what we've learnt from city plan to make sure that we don't replicate mistakes that are known, but also look at how we can identify and do things better. We've been very clear in saying that we want to draft it once and say it well to make sure that it's easier for assessment. We also want to make sure that the structure of the scheme supports the application process. We'll also be working, more importantly, with the state government. They are one of our key parties that we need to work through to make sure that what we are doing as a city to prepare the new planning scheme aligns with the policy, but for the Regional Plan and the Planning Act, but also trying to risk management what may come through in terms of their state interests. So we are going to have upfront conversations about what's required and expectations for the planning scheme, and also justification that may be required to support it when we go to actually making it. What I do want to highlight is that as a time frame and as officers, we can assure, hopefully, no, it doesn't have a clicker. Basically, we can get to the first state interest check. That is the time frame that we can guarantee in terms of our work program, because they're things that are completely within our control. The timeframes after the first interest check and even the timeframe associated with the first interest check is completely at the state's discretion, because that's the process that we start to work with them more closely through the statutory process and manage things that we need to that may have arisen during the drafting of the scheme. As I said, we will be managing that as much as possible, but as a number of you can appreciate, we have seen delays in our amendment packages and even had to stop them as a result of the state government. I also wanted to highlight that what we're going to be saying and messaging to other departments in council is that we want a fixed position in terms of policy and strategy updates for yourselves, so that once we start to draft the scheme, it is a process of just moving forward and we're not going back and redrafting things because of new strategy and new policy positions. So what we've said is that essentially they've got till mid-2025 to be reviewing their strategy, coming to council with new policy positions for endorsement to be then included in the new planning scheme. After that, we will have to look at what the future amendments for the new scheme look like, because we know that it's an unrealistic expectation to make sure that everything sits in the new planning scheme.
Mr Chair, can I just speak there, Catherine? So just for our new councillors that have joined us, just what Catherine's talking about there is coastal hazards are no longer in our department, transport isn't in our department, so those different areas that are in other departments in council would typically have policy that will go up through their committees as well. What we're really quite firm on is that we need that sorted out so that when we get to that point, the scope is very narrow and we know what we're doing, because if we then start adding on a whole bunch of different policy matters at that point in time, the timeframes and everything blows out from there. So that's just two examples of what that is.
So in terms of next steps, we will be looking to report back, hopefully, an outcome on the City Plan program and also the Shaping SEQ alignment amendment and what that means for our resources in City Planning branch. Yes, definitely. We will also be coming to council in early 2024, with a resolution to prepare a new planning scheme.
I'm wondering why I'm hearing 2024. Excuse me, Chairman. Councillor Fowler will present my general business item.
And there will be also some other tasks as officers that we will be advancing, so things like more project planning, which will be led by Trina. We'll also be working through and preparing an overall community engagement plan that identifies for both projects how we will be engaging with the community and what types of activities and when. And we will also start our initial survey phases with the community to start to build what that vision looks like for the city. And that is all. That is it.
I am cognizant of time and attempting to give a decent lunch break before next committee. Is there questions from the floor for today? Otherwise, questions can always be put through to Alicia and Catherine afterwards. But Councillor Fowler?
Thank you. My question is just in relation to the local growth management strategy and the timing, because my background is community consultation and communications. I have a keen interest in that part of the plan. And I understand that in order to get to the Section 18 notice by the state government, we will be undertaking the review of that policy and development scope of works in 12 months. It feels very tight to me, I guess because I'm really aware of the work that goes into it. And while I understand there's a lot of enthusiasm for all of us in the room to get to that point so that we can get the Section 18 notice, I'm worried and concerned that, you know, are we giving ourselves enough time to really do the appropriate consultation, reporting and analysis? Because the key recommendation was early engagement, and particularly feeling that the community really do feel at the moment that their previous community engagement has been wasted. So we've got a task in front of us to re-engage the community that it will be valuable. So yeah, if we are genuinely wanting to hear from our community, with what growth looks like in their neighbourhood and what growth looks like across their city, are we giving ourselves enough time to really do that well?
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Fowler, it is, like I can't sit here and say otherwise, it is absolutely tight. We, have had a lot of discussions about this and certainly had a lot of meetings in our team about it, but the answer to your question is yes, it is. Would we love an extra 6 months? Yes, we would. But I think we would need to really clearly define what that is and how we get there. We'll know a bit more over the next little while. I think the biggest concern for me is us sitting here and telling you timeframes and us not being able to meet them. That's certainly not what we want to do. We've had a lot of look about timeframes that we've had here previously, timeframes that other councillors in SEQ particularly have used, and that is tight for that part. Yes, it is.
So would we look at, how would we look to review that, and would that be a recommendation that would come back from yourself to ask council if that timing could be extended by 6 months?
Through you, Mr. I just use 6 months there as an example. Yeah. Happy to talk to our chair, but certainly happy to review it. I think we're in the process of looking to engage consultancies to help us as well, and I think pre this council term, Councillor Fowler, I've certainly said the same thing, that it's all if we take one thing, we've got to take another thing away. And if we do have these compressed timeframes, it might be that we are using more consultants than we would like or that we need to. So I think they're all the things that we use to balance those timeframes at that point. But happy to, if that was what council wanted us to do, happy to take that away and look at that and review that.
And to further add to what Alicia said through the chair, the process that we're looking through is an established process, which means that they know the way forward and the types of questions that they need to ask to have a conversation about growth and housing and jobs and all that sort of stuff. The opportunity for us is then to make it the Gold Coast flavour so that we have that real sort of comprehensive approach to unpacking what that looks like. Our program of work also has been ongoing for the last 4 years, so we have actually got a lot of information about housing and jobs that will be used to prepare the local growth management strategy. So it's almost like it's the culmination event that we're coming to now for all the work that we've been doing in the past, but also an opportunity to have that upfront engagement before we start even drafting the LGMS.
Thank
Councillor Fowler. If the advice of officers in 3 or 6 months' time is they need more time or they need more budget or they need more resources, then so be it. It's just a time frame, a notional time frame on paper. It's important to have one, but because, as you can appreciate for some of the conversations today, the sooner we can get through this work, the better. But if I detected any of the conversations that I nearly have on a daily basis with Catherine and Alicia that more time is needed, then more time will come out of it. We're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past and rush through something and then have to go back. Other questions? Councillor Martin.
Just to echo, I would echo that community consultation piece. Just with the recommended changes, does any of that mean that any reduced information will come back to committee or council on? I suppose what I'm saying, I'd be really keen to see what community consultation looks like, whether it's how many sessions in our division. Will that plan come back to
the next
committee?
report? There's a further report. We'll come back on that. So a very detailed report of what that communication and consultation looks like, and a lot of detail around how all of you, both in this room and not here today, are part of that. You are all key stakeholders in the process and will be at the forefront of your consultation and communication out in your community. Absolutely. Councillor Peter Young, or just Councillor Young now, I guess.
Yes, I'm the only one. I am concerned about public notification of this process, and I see that there's an intention to have a very formal process implemented next year, but I think now we need to be telling people what this process looks like so they've got a clear understanding, and I hope that there's a commitment to that from the EGM. A second, I'll ask a question if you don't mind, and that's just about this advisory group. Is it intended the advisory group might include people external to council?
So to answer your first part of your question, Councillor Young, absolutely. So while we endorsed it in December, the local growth management strategy will be new to a lot of community groups, individuals, and there's a fair bit of detail in here, but more detail to come of why we think that's the best approach to go about and what we see the benefits of that for the community and for us and for officers. So we'll definitely be communicating that more. That will be through whole of city channels. That will be a bulletin, op-eds from me on message and whatnot. That'll all be part of it.
Yeah.
The other part of that in here, which is kind of connected, is the piece around the EOI process to get 300 community members onto a panel. So part of that is to make sure we get a cross-section across the entire city and that we're taking people right across the city on that journey. And that's not just through one survey. Those 300 people are intended to then follow through the whole way through this process. To your second question about the advisory committee, so this will be subject of the next report as well, because we are still having a discussion about what the perfect makeup is, and I intend to be having a conversation with all of you about your thoughts on this. I'm happy to share with you that I think the initial thoughts are that it needs to have a few of us on there, a few industry experts, a couple of people from DA section. Obviously it needs Catherine and Trina on there, that we're probably talking 10 to 12 people max from across all those sections. And just since we've got onto the advisory committee of what the point of it is, this is a tight time frame. Like the 3 years is tight. It's aggressive. It's achievable, but yes, it is aggressive. And I'm not going to lie, I've been part of the push on that, is that in my eyes, if we're not setting a narrative with the community to say that we want to get through this new planning scheme and have it in place before the end of this term, that's going to get lost. And I think possibly a couple of councillors, especially Palm Beach-based ones, might be really keen on that idea of not having to go to the next election without this resolved. So I've been aggressive on that time frame. The advisory committee is about an idea that, and there's only a little bit of detail on this today, but the scope of work and the amount of different pieces of work that Catherine's team is going to have to push through over the next few years is huge. And to meet that time frame, there'll have to be conversations every week about, you know, that project X that was currently scoped as this, to save ourselves 3 months, do we need to pull the scope back and do part of that work in the future? So that's its purpose, is to keep, and terms of reference for that committee will be made available to all of you in the future once it's set, and your input will be a part of it. It is very much that kind of group of, to achieve our core outcomes of time frame, but also what the community is telling us, to save ourselves 3 months, or possibly the other way, that we might say the current scope of that work was only this. From the LGMS, we've really realised that we need to spend 9 months on it instead of 6 months on that piece of work. The advisory committee is there so that have political commentary, industry commentary, officer commentary, community commentary into it, to make sure that there's common alignment, to hopefully not waste time and have to go back to stuff in the future. And I'm not sure if I just made any sense with that at all.
Yep, I think you've indicated that it's going to be pretty broad-reaching, and that's fine, and that'll be subject of a future report. So at this point in time, I'd just like to flag that I think it's an imperative that the dealings of that group are transparent. We did have a technical advisory committee established, I think, 2012, and it was just all in secret.
It is not that.
And it wasn't accountable, and that's a really bad mistake.
So there may be an industry technical advisor group in the same way there might be a full community reference group as well. So it's not going to be the only advisory committee. It is an advisory committee to, I guess, if Catherine comes to us and says we need to shorten a time frame, lengthen a time frame, adjust the work program around it to make short, sharp decisions to say, yes, we agree with that. Industry representative group will be a separate thing. Community reference group will still be separate, but very much take your point around the transparency, which is why I believe we'll probably have a couple of community members on there, and that there will be outward input from it.
Thanks, Chairman.
Through you, Mr Chair, to Councillor Young, you'll see recommendation 3 there too. We want to keep councillors informed through this process as well. So we'll be taking a monthly, or when we meet for committee as well, taking a report, updating all of that, and that will include updates on that as well, which is something we haven't done in the past.
So that's very important. It does not at all diminish the responsibilities or powers of this committee. It is just a pre-check, so that instead of waiting a month to possibly to bring something to committee for us to have a discussion about adjusting a piece of work, it can be a step beforehand where we go, yep, we should adjust that piece of work. It'll still come to committee. Committee will still have to resolve the recommendation, and council will still have to resolve it. It just, I guess you can appreciate for that aggressive time frame, if we waste a month just to get, oh yeah, that's a good idea, go ahead with it, when we could have already been into it, it's going to help cut those times down. Councillor Patterson.
Thank you. I'm really present to a deep sense of resignation after the work that we've done on the amendments, and not only that I have, but my community has. And I'm just trying to grapple with how do we get past that before we start this. So I'm left, one of my concerns is we did the work, and we did some pretty serious consultation work, and it was for naught. And is there a capacity to bring the state in along the way, maybe being part of this workshop committee group? Because it's pretty frustrating. You think you've done it all. We were at the time given confidence from the officers that there was engagement, and there was feedback from the state, and then, you know, years of work, and then there was nothing. So just your thoughts on that.
Through you, Mr Chair, Councillor Patterson, absolutely, and that's something that we've discussed a lot in our teams, and certainly Councillor Hemmel and I as well. I'm completely appreciative of what you just said, also for our teams as well. So our teams have been, you know, in all aspects of this, there's a lot of collateral that we've lost, and I think how we build that trust back up is critical to this process, and that's why we've done, this is really different from a community consultation perspective to what we've done in the past. I think I absolutely agree with you, and Councillor Hamill and I have had discussions about getting the state in, and I hope next Wednesday when we meet, this will be part of the discussion on how do we get certainty from the state at different gates so that we're not going a year or two down a path and then changing. I don't know what the answers to that is yet, but any chance we have to involve the state, we will. As we've said it, and I've said it many times in this chamber, we want to work with them. We want to get a good outcome for the state and for us, and we're really hoping that we get that opportunity.
Councillor, I 1000% agree with your sentiment, and it's been a topic of a lot of conversation of how do you do that? Like, did it need to be that there was a gap in time? And I think that would have gone against us if we would have said that. So the LGMS, how it's been presented to me, is a key part of that idea. So if we would have launched straight into the technical side of things of the planning scheme work, like writing codes, talking about setbacks and whatnot, I think we would have been on a hiding to nowhere. The LGMS gives us effectively 12 months to have a different conversation, put it through a different lens, not be talking technical or codes, to be talking about your suburb, your area, change the conversation a little bit and give it a little bit of a gap. But every meeting I go to, it gets raised, and it's really difficult. I'm having to be very conscious of blaming the state government or getting angry about this, angry about that. I just appreciate it. I very much appreciate the sentiment, and I think it's one shared by any of us that were in the room for the last 4 years, let alone the last 8 years. I think too, when you come to understand the expertise that this communication and consultation group bring and how they intend to go about it, will help with that too, especially because a big part of it is like that idea of 300 people. Like, we're not going to go back to the same groups and same people that we always do. We are going to purposely look to spread it north to south, east to west, and get a broader piece of it, and hopefully maybe get some people that weren't part of the process last time that might have a different lens to put stuff through. But it's going to be a big task, and one that has to be managed really well, and all of you play part of that, and that's why your input into all of that will be important to make sure that the messaging that we're putting out there is actually working, or have we got it off? We'll constantly be coming to you to make sure that have we got the messaging right in your area. Other questions for officers? Councillor Doran.
Thank you. Just so I understand the change from the standing committee to the scheme advisory group, that's based on your learned experience of the last 8 years, and the purpose of it, as I'm hearing, is to speed up that process, not to take away from any of the process, but just to speed up the decision making so that we can meet that 3-year time frame that we've set for ourselves.
So I talk for myself here quickly and let Alicia and Catherine talk to it, but for me it's one, that advisory group has got a broad spectrum of stakeholders. So it's got some industry representatives, it's got some community representatives, it's got DA section, strategic planning section, and the political wing involved, whereas previously we'd go out to them at different times and industry thinks this, and it'd come back and we'd be looking to make adjustments. So it's an early osmosis test that it gets filtered through, that actually are we all on the same page, or are we going to have issues in 6 or 12 months time like we did with the UDIA, for example, a couple of years ago. And it's about the time frames. If everything has to wait to come through a committee, it just soaks up weeks and months that we already don't have and could be put into better use. But I would argue the first part of my response is actually the more important part. It's filtering it through the right stakeholders that are there for the right reason to hopefully help us meet those timeframes and get the outcome the community expects.
I think, to add, Mr Chair, for our point, if it is a standing committee, we're bound by a lot of timeframes for agendas, minutes, etc. as well. And for us, we might need to call one the day before, depending on what's happening. If there's a project risk that's been identified, we want to be able to be quite nimble to call those. So it helps us in that way.
I'm going to pull up questions there. If you have any other questions, there are several more reports in the space to come, but if you have any other questions, once you have a chance to read it, call Catherine, call Alicia. I want everyone to be comfortable with this. I'm going to move the item and would seek a seconder. Councillor Peter Young, thank you. In talking to it very quickly, this is the first serious chunk of information that we've been provided today about the local growth management strategy. and there's more information to come. But I am genuinely excited about what this next 12 months looks like with that and the focus on the quality of communication and consultation it provides. To Catherine's point as well, because it's outside of the statutory framework, it allows us to do it the way we want to. If all the consultation has to be done through the minister's guidelines, the minister's rules, that can be clunky and difficult. If there was conversations we wanted to have with the community, we can't. This process is ours. The communication, the consultation, what we want to talk with the community about through the LGMS is on us, and that provides a really good opportunity to have every conversation and all the strong conversations we need. The time frame, so it's also the first time that we've seen a Gantt chart starting to talk about timeframes. As I mentioned before, I have been fairly bullish on this. If we looked at what other local governments have gone through recently, this timeframe is very aggressive. I think we owe it to our community after 8 years of an amendment saga and very much a community sentiment that they just want to see a new planning scheme put in place and start to see applications going through that new scheme, that we need to set an aggressive timeframe, but would make the point publicly, both for anyone out there, for all of you, but also very much for officers, that if for any reason part of that timeframe needs to adjust, it will adjust. But that can go both ways, that there may be pieces of work through this process that we say, okay, to make sure we still hit the 3-year timeframe, we're going to put that piece of work into a future amendment package as well. That's also going to be very critical on all of us, that the resourcing and scope of works for Catherine's team and Alicia's department, we're going to have to be very careful about extra work on top of that. So general business items that add work onto Catherine's area will have to be scrutinised very heavily, and there'll have to be a conversation about how many years down the track possibly before that work gets done sometimes. The consultation and communication, we've made this comment publicly several times, that we're going to make it again today, that we have seen some great examples in this city of really well done communication and consultation. I regularly hear from community groups and individuals about the Spit Master Plan, that was done really well. We also hear the negatives, that anyone that ever talks about being part of consultation with light rail, it just gets bashed. So there is an example of how we will not be doing it and how we do not want our consultation and communication to be remembered. And hopefully, in years to come, there's more of the Spit Master Plan element of how that consultation and communication is remembered by the community. And neighbourhood frameworks as well, sorry. Like, we've actually already done, the work done in Robina, the work done with a couple of light rail neighbourhood frameworks. We're well on a path there, and hopefully that's how this thing is remembered. And I've made that very public. I truly hope that in years to come, these officers are winning awards for doing world-leading consultation and communication on the planning scheme. The state government, Alicia made the point, but we'll make it public today, and I can promise you every time I've met with Minister Scanlon recently, I've made the point that to hit this time frame, we have to be aligned with the state. In amongst the amendment package, them going through an SCQ plan review and setting a new regional plan, it just completely changed the ball game. Like, the new regional plan is in place. Our new targets are in place. That line is drawn in the sand for us. We are definitely going to have some strong conversations with the state that it is not in the best interest of us or them to go through what we've just gone through again. The advisory committee, I definitely have in my head that there should be someone from the state on there to be part of that the whole way through. How we continue to push for alignment with the state government, we will look at every option of how to do that, but that is the biggest risk of all in this whole program, is they can blow this out by years, which means us continuing to have conversations with the community about why we still haven't had a planning scheme change. On the other side of that, it's also in the state government's best interest that if they let us get on with the work and align, and there is alignment, the quicker they have a planning scheme across the second largest local government in Queensland in place that is targeted to hitting our dwelling targets and our employment targets. So it's in everyone's best interest. Finally, a commitment to all planning members, but also every councillor of this term. I think it's going to be a hell of an experience going through a planning scheme together. It's not going to be pleasant all the time, and to all of you, you are key stakeholders in this. That has been something I've heard from all of you at different stages, and I can very much tell you Alicia and Catherine are very acutely aware of it, that we do not want to be getting feedback that at any stage any councillor hasn't felt like they were a key stakeholder. That is definitely a key metric to hit. You are key stakeholders, everyone is, and your input into how we go about this in your divisions and your suburbs will be critical. But also expect with that to hit that time frame, sometimes we are going to get aggressive with you and challenge you that, hey, we don't have 12 months to do on this. You need to be at the forefront of that consultation and be prepared to have a strong conversation with your community. Finally, Catherine hates presenting at council. Catherine has stepped into this role. Catherine, how long have you been in the role for now? 6 months? Nearly the same time I've been in the chair. Yeah, like it, scarily, that's a little bit longer than that. But I wanted to make this point today that Catherine has taken on a huge project in this and a huge workload that with everything else that was already going through that area. I am thoroughly enjoying the relationship that I'm building with you, and the more that you come to express your thoughts around how you want this planning scheme to be done and how you see us being part of it, and how, like, there is no truer person in this entire organisation around the idea of genuine community consultation. Like, I can promise you Catherine is the champion of that. So to Catherine and her team, congratulations for getting to this far, but the real work is slowly gearing up, and we wish you best of luck dealing with us bunch. Councillors, anyone else wish to comment? That being the case, we'll take the vote. All in favour? Did I have a seconder on that? I did. Councillor Young seconded. All in favour? That is unanimous. That closes the meeting at, sorry, there is general business items. There is general business items, so we're going to deal with them particularly quickly. Councillor Fowler, you have Councillor Gates as GBI.
Sure. So Councillor Gates' general business item is that a report be brought to Council reviewing the enforcement of the traffic operations and road, I'm just reading her writing, road use management, which is the state, regarding on-street parking. So this is the 2 wheels up and 2 wheels down, and that consideration be given to the introduction of a local law or signage relative to parking on narrow streets.
Very good. So I'm happy to accept that general business item. Councillor Fowler has moved it, and I'll second it.
Yeah, TORUM.
That's all right, we can fix that up. So move Councillor Fowler, seconded Councillor Hamill. All those in favour? General business item is accepted. Councillor Martin, you had one?
Thank you, Chair. We talked about it earlier where you mentioned, and I do have some words that I've provided the Minutes Secretary on screen, and that's...
So the words are excellent. So moved by Councillor Martin. Is there a seconder for the GBI? Councillor Doran, very good. All those in favour? Carried. Councillor Peter Young, your GBI?
Yes, thanks. I spoke earlier with the General Manager of City Inspectorate, Luke Connery, who's prepared these words for us in regard to, they're not up yet, in regard to signage for election periods. There were lots and lots of complaints during the last council election about the plethora of signage, the size of it, the positioning of it, and our local law people have got nothing to rely upon. So the objective is to introduce something that gives them...
We'll wait for the words.
Yep. Thanks, Luke.
So a proposed GBI from Councillor Peter Young. Is there a seconder for that proposed GBI? I'm happy to second it.
I was going to second it myself.
Yep. Remembering it's just calling for a report to be brought back, and then we can all have our input onto it later on. So moved by Councillor Peter Young, seconded Councillor Hamill. All those in favour? GBI is accepted. I'm only aware of the 3, and in that case, I'm not going to accept any more. Meeting concluded at 13:25. Thank you.
Well done.